Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Close like that, man. It's not too loud. My tires make enough noise. Okay, salute, salute. We turn this thing down because I know I got this joint on loud. See if this car will pass or not. I'm gonna be like the mother jackrabbits. But listen, y'all. Salute to y'all. Salute to y'all. He said, "What's the topic?" You ain't read the topic. The topic is: do we really like black folks that are successful and not just in the streets? That's not celebrities, especially. So we're like most of our people that we seem to like is people that's either from a street culture. We don't like Dr. Ben Carson. He's smart. We don't like nobody. Do we like the clean black chick that went to a private school that talk proper, that wear her own hair? Do we like her? Or do we like somebody with orange and green hair, long fingernail, cussing? Yeah, bitch. Do we like the girl to say, yes, bitch? Or do we like the girl more that say, hi, how are you? Do we really have a brotherhood, sisterhood, when it ain't just that groupthink, Black Lives Matter type of shit? When we hear stories of kids that are smart and black, what do they normally say? They got picked on by their own people. They got called names by their own people. Not to say white people don't do that too, but I'm just saying, white people ain't been through the trauma we've been through to do it to each other so much. That nigga said I cry like Dan Jones, so everybody like me. Hey, Travis Hunter, man, you gotta tote you a pistol or something, man. You gotta get a tattoo on your neck and above your eye. You gotta look cool, man. Something ain't right. Say, Ms. Your thought said, nope. Every man for himself. That's what it seemed like. It's like the wild, wild west out here, man. Our culture suck. We only like bullshit. If Travis Hunter was just coming home from jail, nigga, the whole world would be saluting him. Even LeBron James, the greatest basketball player in the world, would be saluting him. If he was just going home, coming home from a 30-year bid. So do our culture, do we really like all people, or do we really like the bullshit culture? As long as we meet some black criteria, you know. I got a little stupid ass uh, artist formerly known as my cousin. What does he talk about the most? Some weird street shit. Oh, you ain't a real nigga. And this nigga fake as a $2, well, not a $2 bill. I like $2 bill. He fake as a bill, $3.75. They like folks who are downtrodden. That's what it seemed like. I'm getting that notion. I'm just asking. It seemed like the niggas we like, we call them real niggas. and they destroy the community. We used to love P. Diddy, vote or die. He was telling us the whole time he was taking that, take that, take that. Yeah, this motherfucker didn't even get to hide it. You know why? He had so much money, nobody cared anyway. So the man could play in your face. Take that, take that. Put it in a song. Everybody knew what the hell was going on. But that money. But that money though. But them parties though. Man, he throw the best parties though, man. And man, he a part of this company that helped my company, that helped me create y'all company. So that's my nigga. It came out with Tony Busby said 62% of the people in this lawsuit, of the 3,000 people that came forward, 62% of these people identify as black or are black, both male and female. So somebody that acted like he was for our culture is now being charged with or alleged that out of 3,000 people, 62% of the community, he been allegedly taking that from. And his people, I believe, knew about it, whipping ass about, covering it up, helping pay to cover it up. Yeah, see, ain't no one person can do this on their own. Ain't nobody that bad. So I told y'all, somebody has to lose for another person to win. And sometimes y'all don't even fight back. You just fall in line. Just you think you just deserve nothing. I don't get it. Charlie Sheen. They say we love the fake culture that's especially designed for us. Oh yeah. Our culture think getting a job is lame. Going to jail is cool. But they teach them black history and slavery, but they forget that once you go to jail, you're a slave. They forget, per the 13th Amendment, you lose everything. Your name, that's why they give you a number. Just like in slavery, there was one rock, two rock. Y'all seen the movie? He go one, Mississippi number one. Y'all see the movie like Mississippi number two, New York City number one, New York City number two. All you had to do was trick that nigga, steal a rock. See, now they give you the EF number. And these niggas be happy. I just came out from being a slave, nigga. I ain't scared to go back from being to being a slave, nigga. You scared of being a slave, nigga. I'm a real nigga. I ain't scared of being a slave. I said, no. No, you ain't no real nigga. You a dumb nigga. White people only call the black people that wouldn't mind niggas. See, it used to be a good thing, an understanding. If they call you a nigga, you just don't understand that. See, if they ever say, that's a good old boy that mine right there. See, no, you ain't want to be that. You ain't want to be that good old boy that mine. See, that's what a lot of you motherfuckers is, that good Can y'all hear me again? No, I got some back-to-back calls. Can y'all hear me again? Am I back? Am I back up in this thing? Okay. Man. But yeah, man. They gonna calls made me lose my train of thought. Nah, but some of you niggas are some good old Negroes that just mind. That bug, he sound real aggressive over here towards just black people. But see, he's just a good old nigga that mind. And most people that talk aggressive to their own people, they just good old niggas that mind. I see them very same niggas. You take them out their element, where they know they can't use that weapon, or they shouldn't, or they gonna get 1,000 years for doing it. And them the most nicest, sweetest, respectful jokers in the world. They scared to scratch anybody. They be looking like they frightened. See, I move in all spaces, in all places. And if I don't move over in your space, in your place, it's because it ain't no business for me to be over there. See, they done taught niggas to be hooligans and thugs instead of a businessman. That's stupid. My notifications just came out. That's crazy. Whatever happened to us being boss players? Like it used to be player. We used to have businesses. Niggas would, talk about how much business they doing, not how much shooting they doing. Bud had to catch a stray. Hell, my fake artist, formerly known as my cousin, gonna get a stray too. Cause they are what's wrong with our community, not white people. And it's high time somebody say that. They are what's wrong with our community and not white people. My cousin and this stupidity of having 5 kids and still thinking you a gangster and gang banging and these young niggas that's popping perk 30s and going out here with no mind and just shooting mindlessly. Those are the people who are against our community, but unfortunately, because it's in the algorithm, those are the people that's promoted to our community. Those are the people who promoted to sleep with our daughters. Those are the people who are placed in front. The whores of our community is placed in front of our daughters. It's a shame what they're doing to our young people. They're having them look up to people that are no good, sorry, some bitches. And if you a parent like me, and when them teenage years hit, boy, you was cussing and fussing with your goddamn daughter. What the hell did you listen to that for? And every little girl that had a real father, they know what that means. When you got one of them goddamn daddies that's trying to goddamn make sure that Life Jennings songs don't happen to you. It ain't the same. Fellas old enough to be your daddy, know your name. Y'all remember that goddamn song? Nigga, Life Jennings gave you niggas the blueprint. The daddies that know what life is about. You trying to save your daughter. Yeah, you was in there cussing like a motherfucker. Because this world and this symbolism and all these people from Beyonce on down, y'all love the Beehive with all this imagery and stuff that goes on with Beyonce. I don't know. And they say if a witch is a witch, and they keep saying, I saw on Tasha K, some witch came up there and said Beyonce is a witch. And she's a part of some rich, classy witch. And that's why she chose the name, calling y'all the Beehive. Because if one of her little whatever, if it gets too large, then it's supposed to split, and you call it a hive. Now, if that's true, that's some weird ass shit. And this rock symbol, they say it's a Masonic symbol and don't got nothing to do with no Rock Nation. And I'm just saying that's what they say because I'm a bust and I don't know nothing. But all I'm saying is, if all that's true, then you mean to tell me You got an entire black community, from the males and the females, have been doing monkey see, monkey do for the last about 50 years. Because all we've been doing is idol worshiping. They've been telling every black man to do what Jay-Z do. He the blueprint for the last 20 years. Jay-Z or Diddy. Every rapper wanted to be like Jay-Z and Diddy. And now here it is 25, 30 years later. I don't want my child to be nothing like no motherfucking Diddy. So we wonder why our communities are so fucked up. We worshiping devils. All this music they pumping us and won't nobody say this some bullshit. And this is one of the main reasons why these kids out here shooting and doing certain things. And we keep trying to justify it, talking about, no, we had some bad music back in our day. Yeah. And I reaped the benefits of Trina and Kaya, my neck, my back. We didn't have to say nothing. Them girls would push us down, and yeah, they would try to, oh Lord. Them girls became aggressive because of this music. And I love that shit too, I ain't gonna lie. But now that I got kids, I hate that shit. Now I see why parents go crazy and pull out their hair and drink wine and shit. They be like, God damn. It's like a cycle of the same shit. Cause boy, I love the music back in my day. It gave women a blueprint on what to do. We didn't have to have no game. We just had to smell good. We didn't have to say a motherfucking thing. Them girls was aggressive. They knew exactly what they wanted. They were listening to that goddamn music. And now these girls telling these niggas, fuck that, give me some money, bust down, pay me. So what all these niggas doing? They just running up on girls talking about, bitch, I got a bag. Yeah, bitch, I got the bag. What's up? Bend that ass over for some cash. So how we gonna have families after this type of shit? You wonder why families are going down, down, down. You got motherfuckers' wives idol worshiping motherfuckers on the internet and judging a husband by what he can't do based on what a motherfucker doing on the internet when they only showing you their best moments. Anybody can show you their best motherfucking moment. Ain't nothing real no more. Grown ass men trolling all motherfucking day, playing and shit. Soft ass niggas won't stand on what they saying, call it a troll, and now you don't got no accountability for words. I thought words mean something. We found a way where words don't mean nothing. I can say any old thing. I can call somebody a funky, stanky bitch, and then when she say, why would you say that to me? Oh no, I was just trolling you. What? Just trolling you. Salute to you, style. This shit don't make no sense. You can't tell a woman nothing nowadays. You ain't gonna motherfucking control me. Who do you think you are? And then she'll turn around and tell you, where you going? You can't go over here. Well, hold on, motherfucker. You don't control me. Now you got two motherfuckers just going back and forth talking about who controlling who. Instead of somebody sitting their ass down and shutting the fuck up and realize if you're in a relationship, you're accountable to one another. The media got everybody fucked up. Motherfuckers trying to get in a relationship and join the calls at the same time. This shit don't make no sense. Bro, don't forget about the six. What six? Oh, yeah, man, this shit don't make no sense. We wondering what's going on. I keep blaming white people. White people are the goddamn man. They steady paying, trying not to make it their fault. They steady giving us money and shit. Here you go, Black Lives Matter. They ripped the motherfucker off, stealing shit. Here you go, this organization. Here you go, Black Caucus. They even gave crying ass Van Jones some goddamn money. Black community, stay the fucking same. When you teach boys that it's not cool to work and they out here begging, you have 33-year-old men that don't know that 3 years from 33 is 30 and not 29. Shots fired, shots fired. But you have grown men in their 30s still calling themselves young niggas, still wearing tight ass, Garanimal looking goddamn clothes, teddy bear little small ass little goddamn clothes, running around here trying to act young to avoid his responsibilities. You'll have that. You'll have a vagabond generation that think they supposed to hang in a group of a bunch of fucking men, not making no damn money, just hanging out, risking their life over one another, over some shit on Facebook. You ain't really supposed to be hanging with no bunch of niggas unless y'all get some money together. And last time I seen a bunch of niggas get some money together, they was doing something illegal. So I don't hang with no bunch of niggas. What purpose does that serve? See, I got a homeboy. When you have niggas around you, like these people rolling these entourages. I had an entourage. I know what it's like. You thinking you helping and you think you gonna get this person over here. None of that shit work. So what happens is you create dependence. And then you have grown men that's at your disposal. That's a dependent. If a man is available at your goddamn disposal, you can call up a nigga, he there right there, and you ain't his motherfucking wife. Nigga, that's a dependent. See, I got a homeboy, if I call him, even I ask him for a motherfucking ride. See, he's just a real friend. If I ask him for a motherfucking ride, guess what he gonna say? Hey man, I gotta go pick my son up first, so I'll give you a ride after 2:30. You know what I'm saying? If you still around after 2:30, I got you. That's man shit. Some of you niggas got niggas that'll drop everything, nigga. Leave they goddamn wife, their girlfriend, jump out of bed 2, 3 in the morning. Ain't got no responsibility to come get a rusty foot nigga. How, Sway? I ain't never heard of all this goddamn bromance in my life. That's how you know these dudes don't hang with men no more. You fucking with little ass children hanging in a group, talking about we gonna ride and die for each other. Now, how much money you gonna get out of that? Shit crazy. If they'll teach these boys what life really about, you saying that they protectors and providers, but you ain't teaching them how to make no money. The only way they think they're gonna make some money is rapping, hooping, or playing football. And if that don't work, most of your thugs are just failed athletes. And that's the truth of the matter. Most of your thugs are failed athletes. So you gotta give them another avenue. Cause ain't nobody built for no motherfucking jail. It ain't no such thing as no damn real nigga. It's a stupid nigga that failed at something and don't know how to move on to something else. So they act indifferent, and women like anything indifferent. We all know that shit. You can goddamn paint and get a goddamn girl. Oh my God, that's artistic. Oh, hey, let me give you some of this vagina. You know, you can be jump roping a different way. You know, and as long as it's different and new, you gonna get you some booty. So you don't gotta go to jail for no woman. The shit is weird. Yeah, he said a man without a bad attitude is a weak man. Styles said, thank God for my husband, daddy, and granddaddy's correction. Piss you off. Yeah? This shit weird. Can't nobody be a regular man no more. They gotta be, nigga, who you is, nigga? Who you be? Where you from, nigga? Like, where I'm from, that's what the slave master used to ask us. What plantation you from? You niggas are slave catchers now. That's exactly what master used to ask the goddamn slave when they catch them. White boy catch a nigga back in the day, hey, what plantation you from, boy? Y'all niggas know how to act just like your goddamn oppressors. I roll around this bitch, and that's the reason why I say I'm a hell of a nigga. I stay out of niggas' way, and I stump around this bitch. And I have fun like niggas don't get to have. Niggas be thinking about shootouts with other niggas. I'm thinking about, God damn, I can't wait to get down to Jekyll and Chill. I can't wait till I goddamn get this goddamn excavator so I can slap these motherfucking trees down. Cause I can't wait to go to Jamaica. I can't wait to go. I don't want to argue with you, nigga. I'm looking for a piece of property to go get. And then with the proceeds, move around and have fun in real life though. What's the purpose? You think you the baddest motherfucker in the world? Every nigga think they the toughest nigga until they meet that tougher nigga. That's like playing Russian roulette. At some point, you gonna goddamn get your ticket punched. It don't matter who the fuck you are. This shit don't make no sense, man. I'm tired of seeing this shit. This is the worst culture. It spins off some of the most beautiful shit, but it causes too much death. The risk and the reward is too much death. If you go down the list of all our top rappers and producers and all that, most of them end up dying broke. Most of them end up making lots of money for these record execs. Most of them don't even control their masters or their estate. Their families don't have generational wealth from it. Some of our oldest artists got a steel tour, but they made some of the most best, beautiful music. Is it worth still going through this shit? That's all I'm asking. Is this shit is it that serious? They keep encouraging these boys to kill themselves and rap at the same time. We want to go back to the rapper age where you keep the shit on wax. Why we can't go back to the age where we keep it on wax so our rappers can live? Or let's advance this shit. Them rappers got to put their guns down and be men and square up on their own. I bet it'd be a whole lot less beef if the crews are around say, you know what, no, nigga, this is about generational wealth, nigga. You rappers gonna have to go back to being one of the softest niggas in the group, or you gonna have to go back to being the fighting nigga in the group. Cause you gonna have to square up. Well, you ain't finna fuck this money up no more. All this money you generating, nigga, we gonna keep them masters. We ain't getting it to nobody. We gonna have them bitches spending off $5 million a year. We gonna learn how to take less and go get businesses and stop going to get Maseratis and shit. And we gonna start keeping some of this money and do it in the right way. The way black people support hip hop, it's a shame how none of the money ever stay in hip hop. Everybody else make the money. Niggas trying to make it cool to sell their masters. Nigga, hell no, you on the way to be broke. Residual income is the key. Anybody tell you a lump sum of money is a beautiful thing? Bullshit. You gotta hurry up and figure out what to do with that goddamn money because the tax man coming and them motherfuckers like the Grim Reaper. And then as long as money is sitting, it ain't making you shit. So you on the way to being broke. If you got income coming in, if you got masters and you got, let's say you got $5-6 million coming off your masters, you dumb your lifestyle down and you can borrow against them masters and then you can still own your masters and just pay back what you borrow. But your masters is the key. You can always rent and do that again. You can do that shit 1,000 times over. But you can only do that because of your masters. I guarantee you, when them white folks buy your masters, they will not only control how your music gets distributed, but they borrowing against them goddamn masters, and they're going to go build some hotels. I can guarantee they borrowing against them masters, building up all the skyscrapers you see in New York and everywhere else. That's where they get the money from. They get the money from us. Y'all keep saying America don't love niggas. They love niggas, especially an ignorant, dumb nigga that don't know no better. They love us niggas. A nigga that don't know their worth is the best thing to America. I'm trying to told you when I tried to get you to hear what I tried to told you. A nigga that don't know their worth, that's the most beautiful thing America wants. Because that means you're going to be in and out of jail, or you're going to be in the corporate world your whole life, and you're going to be away from niggas teaching them nothing. Or you're going to, just give them your money. I've been there, done that. And they'll figure out what to do with it. They're going to relieve you of it, or a large portion of it. Because we keep believing these motherfuckers know how to make money. No. Some of these companies, without niggas, they would not even exist. They just control who controls and get access to these type of companies. And it's sad. It's a cold, cold game out here, Jack. Y'all niggas still thinking y'all free. You free to work. KB, who is this who? Got nobody. A nigga that done fucked around and saw the light. That hatred, that evil, they're attracted to that light. Gil told y'all the light, he got the light. Them niggas ain't got no light. Niggas scored all that points, still ain't got no light. Damn, B. I'm just saying. That nigga say, oh, okay, a clown. Yeah, a nigga that he done seen the light. But it's all right though, because guess what? You pull this thing down low. I had my phone in my hand. I had to drop this thing down low. They see a phone in your hand. They want to come get you. They take your ideals and dreams and run with it. Absolutely. And then they got these gatekeepers that come to these young girls and say, hey, yes. And just think of how I believe they have gatekeepers, both men and women, black gatekeepers. Because if you listen to the stories of these rappers, I saw P. Diddy in the room, I saw this other rapper in the room, so I thought it was cool. And these young, impressionable minds that come from these hood places that ain't really used to no money, ain't really used to seeing no celebrities, and they just get starstruck and do whatever and sign whatever. But we got a culture that seems to only like the bad in us. If you straight laced, you went to college, oh, you a lame. Dude went to Ivy League school, oh, he ain't black. That nigga might well shut up. Get him a white girl. Until he get too famous, then why he don't got no black woman? Knowing damn well black woman don't like no nigga unless he shot two or three motherfuckers. I'm talking about majority. I ain't talking about all y'all nice real sisters. But our culture has taught majority of our women that unless this nigga gang banging, unless this nigga in some affiliated with the streets, then this nigga ain't shit. Or he got to be a celebrity. The regular black male is damn near old. Yeah, you got regular black men goddamn toting pistols and acting like they tough just so a girl can think they with the shits. Yeah, if you niggas a regular black nigga, no, you gotta have a Maserati. You gotta have goddamn couple 100,000 followers and shit. Why you think so many niggas faking online? The niggas faking, the women faking. That's sad when men gotta fake it to make it. Nigga, all you gotta do is stay on your grind, make your money, and a woman gonna see what time it is with you. That's it. Stay on your purpose. You niggas trying to change like chameleons for goddamn women that don't know what they want until you show them, because they'll think they want you till they see something different. Till another nigga put it in their mind. Then they want that. Then they want this. Especially an undisciplined woman. She'll act out on her wants and forget about what she needs. But then if you speak out and say something about it, then, oh, coon ass, bitch ass nigga. You a coon for saying, dog, this shit killing us, man. It's like niggas want us to die. You be like, damn, this shit killing us, bro. We gotta stop this shit. Nah, you a coon. Coon ass nigga. Lame ass, bitch ass nigga. Calling the police and shit because that nigga over there shot by 8 niggas, nigga. You against the black community, nigga. You against the hood, nigga. Wait a minute, you just killed 7 niggas over there, bro. Well, you got to be stopped, bro. You don't know you got to be stopped? You got to be a psychopath. You want to stay out here killing niggas? You got to be stopped. Oh, nigga, you ain't no real nigga. I guess a real nigga is one who kill niggas. I'm gonna have to put that on the shirt. A real nigga is one who kills niggas in our culture. Because that seemed to be the only way. That seemed to be the only niggas that's like. The only niggas that's like is the killing and the gang banging niggas. It's weird. I don't know. I think we got some goddamn self-cleaning to do like that oven. Yeah. We got to turn the heat up on one another and figure out who's who and what's what. If you a politician and you down with this lame ass allowing this murderous culture to keep continuing, I can't vote for you, Democrat or Republican. Because somebody got to still explain to me, how is it that when Cabrini Green in Chicago had black people living in there, it was one of the most dangerous motherfucking places you can ever look at. But now that white people over there with dogs, they got cameras on every corner. It's safe. It's nice. Like, what the hell is going on? I understand people gonna do things, but it looked like there's more preventative measures for you doing things. It's more. It's like if I knew there was a camera, if anybody knew there was a camera on every corner, you would probably not go somewhere and do a crime there. How come the cameras can't go on those damn corners? And I know they're gonna say it's because of budgeting. Well, goddamn it, get the money from somewhere. You do everything else like that. Because if that's gonna help deter crime, then it should be implemented in the hoods as well. You shouldn't be able to bust no gun in America willy-nilly and playing with all the technology we got. Ain't nowhere in the hell. There's no way. If it happened in the white neighborhood, they find that shit out quick. But our neighborhood, it can go on every night. They don't care. There's cameras now. Man, listen here, man. They can make it to where it's damn near impossible for you to do a crime. I can guarantee it. With today's technology, they can make it to where it's damn near impossible for you to do a fucking crime. You have to think of you would have to think of everything. It's too many cameras. They're gonna catch you somewhere. This to me is allowed in certain areas. Cause it's certain areas niggas just conditioned. Like in my hometown, our black folks are tamed and conditioned very well that they know better. You first of all, you can't even go on Sea Island. They don't even play that shit. You don't got no house over there. You're not even allowed over there. So that's out. But on Jekyll Island, they built enough reputation to let you know You come over on hit this island playing, you not leaving. You're not leaving without some cuffs, or maybe worse. So people don't come playing. Every once in a while, some dummy will do something. It might have happened so it's so least like less likely to happen there because of that reputation they done built up. So why can't they do that everywhere? You can build up a reputation easily. That look, if you think you just gonna go out willy nilly spinning the blocks and shooting up people, your ass going to jail. It ain't gonna be no picnic, no parades. You going to jail straight up and down. Cause by the time you hit that bridge, every person on Jekyll Island gonna be done call the police, and you can do 2,000 miles an hour. By the time you come off the end of that bridge, them police gonna be waiting on you. Them state patrol officers gonna have that roadblock, and they gonna be waiting on you. And they coming with everything but the kitchen sink. I think they allow this stuff in certain areas, and because of a tax base, they don't allow it in other areas. And I think they got a system to where they're not teaching some of these kids education in the hoods. And so I believe they're intentionally rezoning people, re-gentrifying neighborhoods, and putting certain black folks in certain neighborhoods that they know is going to ruin a tax base. And then they'll move those same black people in the next 20 years or whatever, and they'll come back for that land for pennies on a dollar. Because it's a place in my hometown called Arco. It's one of the worst, for as violence, it's one of the worst areas, worst shootings. Now all of a sudden they doing sweeps, they rounding all these kids up, and the property value is skyrocketing. I'm talking about they got little shacks over there for 270,000. I'm like, what the fuck? You just slap a tin roof on the motherfucker, and they got a raggedy ass outside unit, 270,000, 314,000. I said, what the fuck is going on? And then you go read the paper and you'll look, they dedicated like to Norris Street in my town, they dedicated like $52 million or some shit like that. They're about to restore that whole area to its historic value. So all of the property value shoots up. So they're trying to make sure they run out all the crime. So you knew it was crime over there this whole time. And all of a sudden you could do something about it when they implement those funds. That's kind of freaking spooky, y'all. They couldn't do it to save lives, but when they want to rezone it for making a profit, now all of a sudden them niggas can go to jail. Now all of a sudden they can do their job. This shit is weird. I wonder how many black folks died in the time or got shot while they was figuring out whether they was going to get some funding to rebuild it. We're still being used like cattle. And with this culture of violence, it's the perfect storm. It's the perfect setup. It is the absolute perfect setup. No, no, no. Let them get away with the crime over here. Don't even deal with that. But, I ain't even gonna say the sheriff's department and all that is involved in it, but somebody got to be involved in it. How in the world they don't do their job for so long, and then all of a sudden they so good at doing their job? Sheriff's office do take in a lot of the money that come into your city. The sheriff's office do take in a lot of money that come into your city. So I'm just saying, what's really going on? So I'm gonna drop the link because I done ran my mouth and I done gave my thoughts. Some of y'all are school teachers. Some of y'all see how when they gentrify the neighborhood, what it does to your school district, what it does to your neighborhoods, what it does for your streets, and how it starts to get cleaned, and it just a whole different vibe. So I'm gonna drop the link, and some of y'all give me y'all thoughts on it, because it's things that make you go, why are they pushing this thug culture to our people? Why are they pushing this gang culture, this tough guy culture to our people? Because they get us going and coming. They get us a bunch of us to go to prison. They get like a 2 for 1. They get a bunch of us to go to prison. So now you guys are working for cents on a dollar, and your body just being in there is getting them paid, getting the prison sent a check, and then you're gonna run the property value down by the behavior, and then they just take it while you in jail or while you doing your bid. By the time you come out, they done told your mama she got to leave, move out of the house. They start strategically shifting these people to different neighborhoods so they can run that property value down. You'll see a nice subdivision that'll start allowing Section 8. The next thing you know, people start moving out. Boom, that whole neighborhood is different. In 3 to 4 years, it's a total different neighborhood. And then they'll run that for a couple more years, shift them people out the way, sell that whole neighborhood for pennies on a dollar. And then the property values skyrocket after they stop the crime. And so the people who invested for pennies on a dollar, they shit just shot up, skyrocketed back to its original value before all this happened. While we stuck in this poverty mindset that this is what real is. What's real is being broke. What's real is being used like cattle. I don't think that's what's real. Let me see what this is. What's going on, bro?
Hey, what's good, bro? Salute, salute, salute.
Salute.
Man,
Happy New
I
Year
just
to you.
oh, happy New Year, bro. Happy New Year, man. Yeah, I just wanted to add to this, man. I think what you're touching on, you know, is deep because they want to eliminate us from the business, from doing business, basically. Like if they can dumb you down, that means you're not competitive with them. You know what I'm saying? So, think about the things that they teaching in school. They ain't teaching important stuff like stocks, like how to really run a business. You have to. They know most of these kids ain't gonna graduate. You know what I'm saying? They know most of them are gonna have a hard time going to college and providing for themselves. So, that it's a deep subject, man. It's a deep subject.
And they teaching everybody that microwave shit. Like you got to be rich right away, like right now. You got dudes thinking that they gonna die young. Even I thought that. Oh, I ain't gonna make it to
Yeah.
25. Why did I think that? Because all the rappers were saying this shit at the time, and then all my brothers were saying it. All my friends were saying it. We gonna die young and all
Yeah.
this stupid shit, keeping us trapped in a cycle of dumb shit. When it's all about you can do what you want in this world, man. America is for sale, and I'm gonna get me a piece of that bitch. That's all I keep
Exactly.
thinking. And I like
Exactly.
I like that slow money, that old school grind money. That's been the money that's got the longevity. Fuck that. You might be a TikTok, Twitter nigga, Instagram nigga, cool. We don't know what that's gonna be in 20 years. We know what land and real estate bring. We know what
Yep.
ownership
Yep.
means.
Yeah, I think like basically like your mind when you wake up, your mind should be focused on getting more money, right? And then using that money to get even more money, right? Real estate, ownership. Um, you know what I'm saying? That's what your mind should be on, but they fill people's minds up with this dumb shit. Like a lot of the celebrities, you know, they make us keep up with them. They make us, like you mentioned, like they teach us a certain mentality to have when it comes to money. But a lot of these celebrities, they don't have money. And even when they have money, they don't like what do they own? You know what I'm saying? Like
They
you
own nothing.
Yep.
Because a celebrity was taught that you're a commodity. And so you just sell your celebrity. Don't learn how to do anything. So a
Mm-hmm.
celebrity comes, endorse a product, gets paid for it, and moves on. If a celebrity says something wrong and now that celebrity is not likable, then now they can drip dry this celebrity or turn them into a bum. And so that's why they don't teach them that, if they see a celebrity doing anything outside of being on TV, they'll say they're broke. So that's why most celebrities try to stay hidden. I'm telling you, most
Yeah, that's
celebrities try to
facts.
stay hidden.
Yeah.
They try to stay hidden so that this mystique of being a celebrity means they have money. So the next time you see them pop out and they're on a commercial, you think that they're popping, but they just got makeup on. They just got
Mhm.
that check for that day. Them niggas better learn how to go work, go do something, create your own shit. Don't let nobody. You can do it all. You don't got to just do one thing.
And see, that's the thing. Like reading through the bullshit, right? Like a lot of people think these celebrities got so much, right? When you look at certain celebrities, they got all the makeup on. The women look up to them. The guys got all the jewelry and stuff. Man, all that jewelry and shit is rented. The car is rented. You know what I'm saying? Once they take the makeup off, you know what I'm saying? They average. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us we fall in love with fake shit, and we idolize these people so much we forget about our own values. You know what I'm saying? We start forgetting how we were raised. We start forgetting, you know, how it is to be in a family atmosphere. Everything they teach is anti-family.
Facts. And all that rap shit is a facade. I can't tell you how many times my Bentley or my drop top Mercedes or something has been in a damn rap video. I used to let them every nigga use my cars and shit, Rolls Royces and all. And none of they goddamn shit pop with this car, but they still use it. It's all a facade until they make it. And when they make it, they done borrow so much money that everything they owe out. They're in debt up to their eyeballs and still don't open up a business.
Facts, facts. Yeah, they sell you an image. Definitely, they making all millions of dollars fooling you. You know what I'm saying? Basically advertising. It's basically an
Right.
advertisement dollars, and these guys don't own their likeness. They don't own nothing.
What's up, Mel? Happy New Year to you, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. Happy New Year, brother. I hope all is
What
going well with
what you
you.
got on the topic, bro? I know you finna go crazy.
Now, but see, I want to talk about something else, and I hope it don't mess you up, man. I want to talk about Travis Hunter real quick
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
because I know you just gave a little sample of it.
That
I
that's still on the board with this same topic.
All right,
Cause he seemed like a good brother, and nobody don't like him. If this was a rapper, would nobody disrespect him like that? And they know they be swapping girls every other night.
yeah.
Facts.
Like I said before, if people, all these black women sitting here mad at him dating a white woman, they ain't had no problem with Kamala Harris with Doug Emhoff, so you ain't got nothing to say to me. But with
Uh
that being
oh.
with, with that being said, I'm getting so sick and tired of all these washed up old athletes who have been divorced 3 times, whose baby mama was on Freaknik 94, trying to tell this man, watch out. Like you are not like these dudes ain't I heard Shannon Sharp trying to get us, and no offense, to Shannon Sharp, I ain't trying to cause no smoke, but I heard this man ain't been nowhere near a relationship, and he was with Chad Ochocinco. He was with one of them basketball wives, and he didn't have 4 engagements that have been broken off. But these dudes trying to get this man advice. As if they never dated a girl who you can just type up something on the internet and see a naked picture of her. And I'm gonna throw some shots at people who may have supported Trump. Everybody talking about, oh, Donald Trump. I mean, why y'all mad about who Travis Hunter is dating? His wife, you can pull up naked pictures of the first lady. Salute to her, but I'm just saying, still, all these folks coming out here with all this smoke towards Travis Hunter, knowing damn well they got an auntie that was on a Freaknik video, a mama, a baby mama, something like that, and then they want to come look at this man saying this man making some mistakes. Get the hell out of here. I was pissed off about that. So salute to you, KB, for calling them people out, man. I go on mute.
Salute to you, bro.
But just like
And
Shannon Sharp said,
I think it got a little bit to do with the amount of success that he had so early. I'm telling you, in school, a lot of the guys, like even I know Darius Slade personally. When he come home, it always be a pocket of dudes hating on him. He used to come back home and whoop them niggas, not to put his business out, but I used to be like, man, it's a shame, man. This young cat going through the same shit. that I went through that, it'd be a pocket of cats that they just sit and hate because he was a young, successful dude early and they wasn't.
But come on, and I gotta jump in. I gotta say this again, man. How corny and lame is it? Whoever the rapper is, you brought it and you brought it up before, like somebody making T-shirts. It's like these people, is somebody another person who is on YouTube just to try to follow you and try to harass you, who's another former NBA player. It's like these people thrive off of saying, "Yeah, I was with her, with his girl." Like, how sick are
I
you?
told y'all what these niggas was like.
You want
But
to
everybody
call?
talking about, why won't you hang with a celebrity? They'll try to do that to y'all. Why? Especially, see, they think y'all regular people. And you got to stop idol worshiping people. Because by y'all giving up y'all right and acting like they're above y'all, some of these celebrities think that, nigga, you don't deserve to have no wife. That's why some
Yup.
of them openly tell you, I'm Mr. Still your girl. Your girl, when I'm around, she's supposed to come with me. Then she go home to you. And some of these women are trained that way too. She
That's
your
why they.
girl
That's
until a
why they
celebrity
recycle.
run into her.
We lost morality, brother.
No, I was gonna say that's why these women are. That's why you see a lot of these women get recycled around. Like how is it? How can somebody who's an NBA player end up with the wife of another NBA of your own teammate, and then you act like y'all still supposed to be cool? You know, it's just it's the crazy. Even though that situation funny as hell, but it's just the craziest thing that these people can't look at somebody for themselves, but they got to look at what you got and say, "Oh, I had her first," or "I bet you I could take her from you." Like I don't want to crawl in anything after somebody else, you know. But some of these dudes, that's what they live for.
That's all they live for. I'm telling you, these dudes, it's whack, but that's just the way it is, bro. I'm telling you. That's why I don't be around these cats. I don't think that somebody's wife, just because he's not a A-list celebrity or all this weird stuff, I don't think some man's wife is supposed to be my wife. No, I don't think I deserve a right to sleep with somebody's girl. But there's guys out there that actually think, nigga, you bring your girl around them if you want to. They gonna test to see her faith in you. And they'll pull out money, they'll do whatever. They'll even ditch you. And
Facts.
that's just, and I think that's coming from people allowing this celebrity crap. It's causing a bunch of confusion.
They basically
That's,
gods on earth.
like I
Yeah,
said, man, a lot of them lost morality in the world, man. You know, as
what's up
far as
with it,
like
bro?
white. Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
No, I said, what's up with you?
Oh man, how y'all doing? First and foremost, man. Hope y'all had a
Salute,
great
salute.
New
Good,
Year's,
What's
bro.
man.
good,
Good, bro.
fam?
Oh, hold
Um,
on, my bad, Mo Fly. There was Rodney, what's that? Rodney was up here first. Let's let him go, and then you go right after that. I forgot. My bad, Rodney.
no respect, brother. Respect.
Man, you straight, KB, man. Nah, I was just gonna say, man, I just think that all brothers should go ahead and sell out, man. You know what I'm saying? That shit start off at the crib. We know that. We say a lot of things about culture. We speak on things that make, cats act the way they do. But, if we're gonna say that grills and niggas sagging their pants and just our culture
Hold
as a
on, Mo Fly,
whole,
go on mute for me. Your mic giving a little bit of feedback.
our
All
culture
right,
as a
go ahead,
whole,
bro.
that shit just it's really deriving from how we dressing, the way we carrying ourselves. So like I said, we just witnessed literally in Louisiana, everybody on Bourbon Street, they got ran over. Go look at that mug shot of the brother who did that. Now his whole name is, it's not the typical black African American name, but the white folks are gonna line him up with us automatically, not just because of just his name, but race. So the stereotype, man. You got the niggas in the city, your local communities, they doing things, and then you got the international thugs. We really don't even know who to trust. And then you got to look over your shoulder and look at another man that's willing to take your life, that's of the same race as you. We really gotta. I can't say that I'm per se with the nation, or I'm with Farrakhan and I believe in their beliefs, because I don't think you can really be perfect. I can't really go say Muslim route is the right way. But what I will say is the way that those brothers conduct themselves, if we could put that on our whole race, I ain't saying we got to wear suits and ties and bow ties and shit like that, but it's the mindset that they have. Brothers drop the grills, drop the sagging pants, the Jordans, let's go ahead and drop
Now
down.
the pants already dropped. They need to pull them motherfuckers up.
Oh
That's the only thing I
yeah.
disagree with. Pull the pants up.
Pull your pants up. My bad. Pull your
Nah, I know
pants
what you
up,
said. I'm
brothers.
just fucking around.
Pull your pants up, brothers, and let's just change the whole stereotype. But yeah, you brothers got the floor. That's all I wanted to throw in real quick.
Man, salute to you, man. I agree with most of all of what you said. But Mo Fly go. Oh, he done dropped down. Oh no, he in the back. Go ahead, Mo Fly.
Hey man, first and foremost, I hope you guys had a great New Year's, man. That situation, I like what homie just said just a minute ago. I think, you know what I'm saying, we in a time and a place, and me and Kwame, we just spoke about this so many times, but I think morality is there almost extinct in our society for the moment, especially on the way we came up. Um, I just let you know, man. I just lost my father about 3 weeks ago, so I'm kind of like in a void. But I am so honored
Condolences.
that. Thank you, bro. Thank you. I'm still honored that I had him as a James Evans type, where yes sir, no sir, respect. When I walked into the house, he always told me, when you walk in, say hey to everybody. Don't be, don't talk back to don't talk back to elders. Just certain guidelines that kept me in a straight that I never, became statistic bait, if that makes sense. And I think a lot of these cats to the point where, like, we revel in not having, what I'm saying, a father in our community right now. Like, I've said this so many times, man. James Evans would not fit in today's society right now. And you see the aftershock of it, where, people just, these young cats, like you just said, with the rapper doing a t-shirt of Travis Hunter's girlfriend and all that. Back in the day, bro, I mean, we all know those were like, that wasn't fighting words right there. If you would have did that to your woman, to his woman or not, that's like, bro, a man find out that you cheating on his wife or whatnot, he'll kill you. So we get to the point where now we revel in that and think it's just so cool and so beautiful to just go out there and just flash that around. Like homie say, don't leave your girl around me and all that. And I'm like, bro, that's still not a cool thing to be doing, bro. That's not the end thing to do. But we in a day and time where it's cool to do that. And then with women in particular, it's you're not cool if you can't take another woman's man, from their mindset. So it's got to the point where we are kind of lost on that end. And like homie said about with the nation in particular, I come to understand, like, with that organization, it ain't had nothing to do with just hate the white man. The only thing it came down to, we as black people just got to be a better representation of ourselves, learning to respect ourselves. And you respect yourself and love yourself and know more about yourself, you wouldn't go out
But
there
now we got to do
to
more
play
than that.
around
We
like
got to
that.
start calling this shit out, though. You can't. It ain't
Yeah,
about loving yourself. It's about calling that shit out. You can't. We have a culture that we allow a bunch of bullshit. And my thing is, you right. That some of these men and women do the same thing. They want to knock each other for their broad, but that relationship ain't gonna never work. If you let me get you from another cat, then I'm not want to fuck with you for real. Like, we just gonna be having sex. That's about it. But that's about it. I'm not gonna never trust you. You're not gonna never trust me.
I agree. I agree.
Can I speak on something real quick, brothers? Hey, I wanted to know, did y'all guys know up in Queens, New York last night that there was a shooting and 10 people have been injured?
Yeah, I saw that.
I heard about that also.
Do y'all know why that's not a big story? It's because it was a black shooter at a black club. They don't care about black people shooting black people. This is why you see when people shoot black folks, they get lower sentences, and they're not even, that's not even a death row consideration. So at best, if you're a 21-year-old and you shoot and kill somebody in cold blood, you could be out by the time you're 36 or you're 40 years old. We have allowed the system not to even value our own lives, but we sit up here talking about demanding justice, but we won't even ask for justice when people who look like us commit these crimes against us. And that's the first
Because
thing.
white people do it too.
Oh, in terms of what?
I'm saying that's what most people gonna say. White people do it
Oh,
too.
oh yeah, 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 absolutely. Despite the fact that 80% of our homicide cases are involving people who look like us and act like us, or look not act like us, but look like us. So just put that in perspective at the fact that in while we had that tragedy that happened in New Orleans, we also had a mass shooting that happened in Queens that none of the major media is talking about because they couldn't say it was a white racist that did it. They couldn't say it was a hate crime. All they know was N words shooting N words. And we got to do better at how we demand justice if we're going to see that type of change. Because, like I said, I ain't got nothing in common with a shooter. I ain't got nothing in common with a shooter. We don't speak the same language. We don't. I came from a poor area, but just because I came from a poor area doesn't mean we have anything in common.
Hey man, if I may add something though, bro, you said something that was really deep as far as like with the mass shooting, but I'm gonna also add we don't never talk. We in our community we don't really like to balance the positive side of things as far as with young black men doing. Like Kwame, we talked about this so many times about like the young brother King Randall and how he's doing with the school and whatnot. That will never get mainstream attention for some crazy reason. And then when it does, he get chewed out by Roland Martin and a few other black media outlets. And it's like it's the polar opposite of what they deeming us to always be doing on a negative side. But when you're doing positive, we don't really want to get out there and talk about it.
That's because the go along, get along gang, they gatekeepers. They the gatekeepers of this.
Yeah, and it's a system in place, man. So you got to understand the system to know how to move in the system, and a lot of us don't understand that.
Salute to you, Red
Hey,
Money.
salute to you,
Salute to you.
bro.
Happy New Year to you, bro.
Happy New Year's, man. And I was
Happy
going.
New
This
Year,
is what I
everybody.
came up here for. It's a little bit off subject. The other day I was watching an interview with Lamar Jackson. He sat down with Essence Magazine and did an interview with this lady. And you know what he said? She was asking him about the community in Baltimore. You know what he said? The same damn thing you said. He said, I try to pour into the community. I try to put money into it. He said, do you know, he was telling her it's a roadblock that you got to do this. They want you to do that. He was like, and it ain't real. He said, so I kind of, I just stick to Florida, his hometown, where he can, he got a little bit more pull. But he was saying he trying to put money in Baltimore and trying to help the community out because there's so much crime and all that stuff going on. And they blocking him from doing it. The same thing you said.
I'm telling
You
you.
said what they did to Craig
But
David
it
when he
go
brought the
back to
houses
It's
out
too
there in
much
Baltimore.
money and it's too much money and dysfunction. The most money America has found out, the most money that you make is doing war. So they do it here in these hoods and they let it happen overseas too. In wartime is money. In dysfunction, there's money. Because you can
yep,
bring in programs, you can put all these programs together that makes money and you get siphon it from the government.
yep. So when he
So
said that, I said, oh, that's why he get persecuted in the media the way he do, and this man making all type of history and breaking history um at the quarterback level, being a dual threat quarterback, got the highest, about to have the highest passing rating in NFL history. Not bad for a running back, but nobody is giving him credit for none of that. All the stuff that they said he can't do, he doing it. By statistics, he's the best quarterback in the NFL this year. All that stuff. He got to get it done in the playoffs, but that's besides the point. But just to think about it, this man been trying to move behind the scenes to help his people out and help not only his people, the community. And that's what you get when you don't go along and get along. You kind of see it when he and the lady, she brushed over it real quick. She didn't go into details because she's not allowed to or whatever. But man, that blew my mind.
Hey, my brother did a nonprofit, and he was trying to help out, and he had to stick with the politicians. And like you got to jump through hoops, man, to get shit accomplished. They really gatekeep that thing. So You know, we really have a gatekeeper issue, and that's why Kwame's speaking on that shit, and it's so important to let people know, like, bro, you got some sellouts among you, bro.
Exactly. But it'll be our people that'll say, man, he ain't did nothing for us and they don't do nothing for us. Man, do you know that I'm trying to, but they don't know the politic part of having all that money. You got hundreds of millions of dollars or millions of dollars you trying to incorporate or have the city to build this or build that. They don't understand these people want they cut off of it, and crime is profitable. So I know I said that wrong, but people getting paid, polices, city councils, all that, everybody getting paid to fill these jails up and all that stuff like that. So
Repeat.
it's deep, man.
Red
And
It's
money.
deep.
Red
look at
money.
Mississippi Valley State and the band. So I don't know if y'all
Why
got.
why you why you think they try to teach every black boy that he shouldn't snitch? Because that's how you move around. With nobody telling on nobody, it's like them Karens was needed. Y'all gonna wish like hell you had a Karen in your neighborhood in a couple more years. When these young kids grow up with these boys don't give a fuck about nothing. These little
KB.
10-year-olds, they gonna be 13, 14 in a minute. They don't give a fuck about nothing.
And the
KB. Why
crazy
we
part
don't?
about
Why,
it, we don't even know what really snitching is.
No,
Snitching is just
it ain't no such thing. That's a street term. You ain't
right.
no you a civilian. You are a United States citizen. Them white boys take pride in that. We sit here and ruin our own neighborhoods talking about it's white people's fault.
but we need to take our streets back with force, man. I mean, how we letting guys that take, terrorize a neighborhood that's our, these are our grandsons, nephews, little cousins. We should, the same way that a guy could walk around with a dog tag chain on and walk around the neighborhood with a chopper in his pants, we should have the same level of discernment and seriousness towards
But
taking our streets
that
back.
ain't gonna help. There's one easy way to get these kids to change. Most of these kids got the ear of they mama got their ear of some woman. We just gotta
Yep.
make the geeks cool. And them women make it lame to goddamn be dealing with these niggas that don't got nothing. They'll deal with them on the side like they used to do. Now they got these niggas, they baby daddies and they real boyfriend. And look what championship round say. How can you sell out? How can you call someone a sellout if there's nothing to be sold? We don't own a damn thing. We arguing and killing over blocks. It's just hatred. It don't got nothing to do with no money. It's just mostly hatred.
Mm-hmm.
A nigga that's doing better than you shouldn't look at him like no enemy. When a white
At
man
all.
drive a Maserati through the hood or a Lamborghini through the hood, they be like, damn, that white boy got a fresh ass car. You let a nigga do that. Oh, that nigga coming through here stunting on us? We'll
Exactly.
justify robbing a nigga just for driving through.
They finna go attack them.
Exactly. Salute y'all boys, man. Salute KB, man. I got to roll, man. Salute, man. I just wanted to let you know, man,
Salute to you,
that
dog.
you
Blue Red
that
Money.
you
Take care,
telling the
brother.
truth, bro. That young man said the same thing you said. But salute, man. Y'all have a blessed one.
All right, bro.
Salute, bro.
All right.
But go back to that Travis Hunter thing, man. Instead of looking at that situation and saying, wow, this brother's getting married. This man is protecting or trying to build on what we need in our communities, and that's the nuclear family in a lot of ways. And I know I contributed to that dysfunction, by having a child early on. But instead of people saying, look at, what he's doing, he's trying to get married, try to do the right thing. Well, let me see if I can find a picture of her on the internet and show that I was with her first. And it wasn't white people doing that. It's the black people that was looking up videos and pictures and all this other stuff for her.
But
KB,
there's a racial element to this too. She's white or whatever she is. So there's a lot of people on both
I
sides
think
probably
she's
don't like this situation.
black, Mexican, and Filipino.
bro, I don't know how to fix that. I'm sorry. I gotta tell you, I'm at a loss for words with that mentality. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to fix it.
And
But
young
You know,
see,
niggas,
I got
they selective when they do it too, because Barack Obama, his mother's white, so they selective, they choosy with it.
I
I
think
got
some cats, you know what I'm saying, that's coming up that they'll, have a high level of respect for their moms and shit like that. But young niggas understand prison, man. They don't understand stop, man. They don't understand, hey man, little Jimmy, go chill out. They understand prison. When you throw the book at a nigga ass and you give him about 30 years, and that nigga eyes open up real wide in the courtroom and the judge hand him off that time, then he'll understand. but they don't understand nothing else.
I disagree with
Hey,
that.
listen, even if
I
she ain't
disagree with
white,
that.
she ain't no damn black woman, and that's how most people look at it. If you don't think there's a racial element there, you crazy. They
Oh
would
my
not
God.
let you, the media would not let you talk about a Heisman Trophy winner, natural black girlfriend, and you show a rapper showing pictures of her with his hand on her ass. That nigga will be canceled. Trust me.
Look what they doing with Noah Lyles, a track star. He got a beautiful black Jamaican girl about to get married to, and they was dogging him on Twitter, talking about she too dark.
And who said she was too dark?
Man, it was our own people, black Twitter, black social media, saying she
Huh.
was too dark, too ugly, this, that. And I'm like, the brother got a sister, he about to win the Olympic gold medal, and for some
Huh.
reason that's foreign to y'all.
Y'all keep worried about what the majority of people think. If you want to, better live your life. Salute to you, Styles. Happy New Year to you.
But KB, look what this lame mentality is up in the chat. One dude saying Travis' girl been passed around. Maybe your girl was passed around. Maybe your girl has a video out there somebody don't know. Like, what are we doing when we say, okay, a lot of these girls that men have dated, some people's mamas have been passed around. It ain't about if it ain't your one,
Facts.
if it ain't your mama, if it ain't your wife. Why are you worried about this man who's living his life and setting a good example of doing things the right way? Ain't been in jail, ain't been don't have a DUI, don't have a mugshot as far as we know about. This man was making money at 18. Why are we sitting up here? Oh, his girl was passed around. What, you
There you
jealous?
have it. There you go. He been making money since 18. I ain't find a black man yet. It's gonna be more Travis Hunters. See, the hood gonna show you that it ain't no such thing as this Wakanda that you got going on. This been going on. The young guy out the hood right before they make it, that he usually get killed. I'm telling you, this has been going on. But hold on, let's see what Styles got to say. She just got up on the panel. Go ahead, Styles.
I want to be a part of the conversation, so I'm going to stay on the panel. But I came up because um, of the talking point when you brought up the music, and that's such a true point. I probably said this before, but I remember when I tried to be a little whore, and like I'm so thankful for like the covering of my dad. Before my husband, I had a dad, right? So I remember when I listened to Nicki Minaj. I remember the song that literally tried to change the trajectory of my life. You know what I'm trying to say? And I was
Oh
so
yeah.
unaware about what was happening to me, right? And this is me as an older woman now looking back. Like I was unaware of what I was listening to and what I was doing. And it took like my dad to like continuously talk to me. Even though I was so rude and disrespectful and nasty to that man, it was the love of him to continue to talk to me, to tell me, yo, what are you listening to? Do you hear what they're saying? You know, you're not wearing that. I remember one day I was so mad. I got in the car. My daddy took me to school every day. 30 minutes away. I got in the car. 30 minutes away. I got out the car, and I guess he realized, I guess he paid attention as to what I was wearing, right? He's like, hey, what you wearing? I was looking at him because I'm like confused because I have long pants on, but it was like the little sheer thing that you could see through. Oh, no, no, no. He took me back into the car. I had to go 30 minutes away now. I had to go back home to change my clothes. When I tell you I was so hot, I remember that to this day. But the point of that was to say, love yourself enough to be covered. Love yourself enough to be mindful of what you do when you walk out the house. Okay, I didn't pay attention. I wasn't noticing that, but you seen it. You know that's not acceptable. So it was just like, it take correction. That's why I said correction really piss you off. Like, it really gets you upset. And it's like a level of just, life would teach you. But why let life teach you when you can have someone who's in your ears to tell you the right things and just be humble enough to listen to what they're telling you, you know. So as always, great conversation, and I love when you have these type of conversations because it's really important. Like the nuclear family is under attack, the men are under attack for good reason.
And your mom was there with your father, right?
Excuse me, right?
Styles.
And my mom, I said, yes, my mom and dad been married for 44 years, and my mom didn't say nothing. I used to get so hot with her too.
And
Like
see
I know
that
you see
you gotta give mom some credit too. Cause guess what?
it.
There's a
Yes.
lot of fathers out there that do what your dad was doing to you, but it'll be the mother saying, no, let her live a little bit. No, you got to let her be an individual. No. And then they'll tell the men to back off, or they won't allow a man to do his job and be that father that he needs to be, because he know
Fact.
what that looks like from a male standpoint. So you got to give your mom some props on, both of them get props for
Yes.
allowing each other to give you what you needed.
Yes. So heavy shout out to her. But I brought back the nuclear family because it takes that unit. It takes a woman who's in her womanly essence, submissive to her husband, to follow his direction. Because of course, me and my mom had our own conversation. We had our own, things that she put inside of me too. And I'm just like, what is going on? Like, I want to do this, I want to do that. But she gave, the room and the understanding to allow me to be myself too. But in this household, we gonna listen to your daddy. You know what I'm trying to say? So it all goes into all of that. But I'm going mute. I'm listening.
If I may add something too, man. I remember Bernard. Y'all remember the boxer Bernard Hopkins, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yes,
for
sir.
sure.
He said something that was truly deep on the Breakfast Club, where he was talking about he had a conversation with a journalist about if he was white, he would be celebrated more. And the white journalist asked, why would you say that? And he was basically saying, like, bro, I am not the product that they want out there. Basically, keep in mind, Bernard served 8 years in prison. He got out and had the longest reign as a middleweight champion in history. He broke Marvin Hagley's record. And a lot of people don't know he is the oldest boxing champion in history. And he retired at the age of 48 or 49. But he was like, I'm still not the product that they're looking for as far as being heralded as a great champion, or you don't even see me around mainstream news like that because I'm not the product that they're looking for. They want to see ignorance. They want to see me beating on my wife. They want to see this, that, and other. He was like, if I would have got caught with a prostitute, or they caught drugs in my car, it's gonna automatically be front page news. But for what I did, I kept a clean slate once I got out of prison, and I never got into anything after that. And then not just that, I'm co-owner of Golden Boy Promotions. So not only did I retired and got even richer with this promotion, and I got all these accolades from being a champion and an athlete. It's not even heralded in my community that well. But if I'd have did anything negative, it would have been put all out there. So I'm just saying is that we also got to pay attention to what character assassination can do when it comes to black folks, and how they pick and choose what they want to be outraged or what they want to throw out there, instead of once again not focusing on the positive just as well as the negative.
They know what the hell they doing, and that's why they can't stand me, because I pointed out their biggest guy that they would use, which is Stephen A. Smith. I mean, he would talk about every other black man like he's just some black Liberace. It's like, Negro, you ain't shit. Nobody even know who the fuck you are or where you come from. You can't fight, you can't shoot a ball, but you talk about everything. And it's weird. They just create these people that come out of nowhere. And these people have the least amount of respect for anybody, especially their own culture. But if you notice, Stephen A. and all of them, they're attached to big groups. Stephen A. is an honorary Q dog. And these things like this, because he's a Q dog, he'll get protection of them, and you'll think that he's down with the bros, but he's not. If you down with the bros, there's certain shit you don't say.
Yeah, they want you in those certain groups, man. That's pretty much how they attack you. Is that they create a group, put you in it, and then create a narrative around that group. We seen the same thing that happened with the COVID thing. They called you an anti-vaxxer if you didn't agree with what they were trying to push. And so you 100% right on that.
No, I just wanted it to sound provocative when I first talked about it, because they need to hear it that way, because that's the culture they created. They know
Yeah.
exactly what I'm saying, but then they got so offended by me cursing and sounding like the culture that they created. But they know the Stephen A's of the world, the Skip Baylesses, all these people. You look at the difference between how Stephen A. spoke about white men that's doing or did the same thing as black men, and it's as clear as day what they do.
That's true. Had you not been negative, you would have never went viral, and I would even never found out about you. Because that's what the algorithm pushes: negativity. Somebody who's
Yeah,
like, what I'm trying to say. And the whole message behind, and I'm happy I looked it up. Cause I'm like, why are they talking so negative about this man? Let me go look. I've always done that, right? Let me go look up and see who he is. And that's not until I went to go see who you were that I see the message, and the message is Mama's cooking. You get what I'm trying to say? So it took that to get eyes on you, so you get your ears, so you can have the ear of the people.
Yeah, because
yeah,
if I was doing some crimes, if I would have just been coming out of prison, they'd have been did a documentary about me. I was the number one draft pick, had all these accolades, had all these hardships, and overcame them all. They don't want a kid to understand that you can overcome any situation. Your job is to overcome adversity. That's what's going to make you a young man or a young woman. You're going to have adversity in life. Can't nobody say, oh, that away. Can't nobody go through it for you. Every man, every woman is going to go through adversity. Period. And it's all about getting prepared for it. Being able to get up when adversity hits you across your chin. Now we got people trying to say you're never going to be hit. And once they get hit, they can't get back up again. They got to give them some pills and prescription drugs to deal with life. I think it's all
Very, very,
designed.
yeah, very weak
and if
people.
I may add, Stephen A. didn't have that same energy for that white Seattle Seahawks football that beat his brains out half the same way he had for Kyrie Irving a year ago.
And Malika Andrews didn't have that same energy for Josh Giddey that she had for every other black man that was accused of something.
Exactly.
Exactly. And let's not forget about Dana White. Molly was in the room when they thought Tank Davis hit a woman. That she was all in there. There's never a reason to hit a woman. All of them was in there saying this. What was the girl that was in the room? The light skinned one that we all thought the one that dated, the one that was married to Jalen Rose.
Oh yeah,
What's the lady that was married
that,
that used to be married to Jalen Rose?
that was Molly.
The one
Huh?
dating the one dating Stephen A. Smith now. Or
Oh, what's
was.
her name? Is that Molly?
Yeah, that's Molly.
Okay, well, she was in the room when they thought Tank Davis, when they alleged that he hit a woman, and they both that first thing they said was, "There's never a reason to hit a woman." When Dana White was on camera slapping his wife, they gave the man a reason. They said she hit him first. I thought it was never a reason to hit a woman. In a quarter of a mile, turn right, and that
Now
and,
you,
and that's based on that media. The way the media covered things is how you get canceled or not getting canceled. That's the whole key. And the media controls it all. And they always say it in the worst egregious way possible when it comes to a black man. But this white man did the exact same thing as what they thought Tank Davis did, and they gave him a reason to hit a woman.
Like, look, I realized that when Canada banned Miles Bridges from going to any basketball games up there in Toronto. He was banned from Canada for what he did. At the same time, UFC was holding an event in Toronto, and Dana White's all up there smiling with some of the leaders of Canada. And that shit never made sense to me. Well, I knew that before, but it didn't make sense to me. And that was just another exposure of, I think, could be racial, but then I also can think is, if you say the right things and do the right things, they're gonna take care of you.
Plus, that's his league too. I mean, UFC, he is, he got some type of ownership stake in the company.
Yeah, but either way, Canada took a stand on Miles Bridges, even though the charges were dropped on this man. They said, we will not put up with him being in Canada. But Dana
Yeah, he
White,
don't have no pull.
yeah,
Sometimes
yeah.
it's about your resources and references as well too. Like a lot of guys, they do running groups and stuff. These people are down with certain societies and things like that. Salute to everybody on the panel too. Happy New Year, everything.
Now you're right. You're
But
right.
that's our fault. You know that, right? Because we still
I
spend our
understand that.
advertising dollars. That's our fault.
Right.
Because we don't have no people that's ready to stand on no business. We could easily control everything if everybody was together in a real way and not from a sexist basis. If everybody was together in the real way and we see that type of disrespect, we say, nah, we not gonna spend no money this time. Y'all companies that allowed this to happen, we ain't fucking with y'all. That's the real racism right there. When Dana White don't lose one sponsorship and now every time any allegation about a black man, they lose it all, that's racism.
Yeah, I agree.
But we're gonna get back there very soon, to the point where everyone gonna have to come together, specifically our community, because what they've done, they have accelerated these black women's career to a point where they think just because they have more money than the men that they can do whatever they want to do, and those jobs are gonna be taken away very soon, and then you're gonna have to come back, back in order. So
Agree
it's
with
just a
that.
matter
I
of
agree.
time.
We got to stop giving our women false hope, man. You know what I'm saying? It's too many situations in single mother households out here. And then, we giving hope to these women saying that, what this guy won't do, the next one will. And you got to understand, my era is not necessarily KB era or Kobe Bryant film room era. We all come from different times. So if a guy coming up in my time feel like, hey, man, we're not trying to do it like how back in the day, a real man, yeah, but it's just a different time. So we're going to continue to have a lot of problems in our communities, man, if we don't figure out for what our women can do once they, go through with these pregnancies with these babies, and these babies grow up without no fathers. We got to make it a plan, because a single man with no kids may not want to step up. Then that's just the reality of the situation in our community.
And I also do believe that when you look around at a lot of the content that's being pushed in our communities with our culture, you can see the dysfunction within the man and the woman when it comes to that nuclear family. The
Can y'all hear me?
conversation is
Am I
just
back?
different.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm back. Go ahead.
The conversation is different when it comes to black men and women talking about relationships and how they can bond and raise their families. It doesn't even sound the same as a lot of different cultures and ethnicity groups. It just sounds different. It sounds like we've got animosity, and we can't come to a logical standpoint when it comes to being on the same page and having the same values and goals.
I mean, L Boogie, what do you tell a young woman, man, or if she comes to you and she says, I'm looking for a man, and I got these kids over here on the right. What do I do to better help my situation? Because the father of those kids, he don't want to be there, and this man that I'm with, he don't want to be there. He want to be with me. He just don't want to be there for my kids. What do you tell her?
You
Where
don't tell
where
her a
she
damn thing. She should already know. You don't tell her nothing.
Yeah,
What?
but
That ain't no
where
woman.
where
What
she
woman
looking
going?
to?
Listen, a woman is not gonna allow you to be around her and not her kid.
Yeah, well,
You
that's
sure
true.
that's a woman and not something else you just saying a woman?
I mean, that I'm saying that's true, KB. But what do we do when the
We don't
reality
do
is?
shit. That's her personal decision. We don't do nothing. We keep trying to make it seem like you taking the responsibility of someone's personal decisions and trying to put it on some whole community. White people don't do that to one another. They tell you they share information more than we do, but it's on you. They tell each other that it's on you. They don't even make brothers indebted to other brothers. They make them compete. It's on you to be like your older brother and get you a master's degree, a PhD. You're not going to just sit here and say, oh, my brother made it, so now he got to take care of the family. They teach us that come back and somebody going to save us bullshit. You got everything in you to save yourself. If she make decisions that are not beneficial to her, that's her. And your kids are going to suffer from it. Everybody kids suffer from what they do individually. That's it.
They have years and decades, centuries advantage over us. So even though they're competing, they still had an advantage because someone down the line set them up somewhere for them to have the mindset that you can just do that. You don't agree?
I think she's talking to you, Rodney.
Oh, what you said, Style? Say again.
Someone has
Is
no, they
her mic only
competing.
chopping up on my end?
Yeah, I can't hear nothing she's saying,
I
KB.
can't hear nothing you
Yeah.
saying, Styles.
Okay. Is it better now?
No, it sounds like you got tears Wi-Fi. You been going over them SBS check the sector chats or something? Something been going on.
But you know, I have been going over there. I have been going over there to
There
see
it
what they're
is.
talking about, and they are sick people. They are sick people, not well.
You back right now? You back?
No, I was saying though, to your point, not, I was going against your point, Kwame. You're saying that we don't have to do anything, but I disagree with that because somewhere prior to them getting to the point that they are now, someone gave them advantage. So they already have an advantage with the system, and then from that they maximize the system, and someone else, probably great grandma or granddaddy, gave them an advantage by giving them that house, by giving them a life insurance policy, by giving them something else. So now they can afford to, go out and do these things. Even if it fails, they have a cushion. They have a lot of cushion. So I don't agree with that. I do think that it's all of us need to be accountable for one another.
So what you saying, Styles? You saying that you feel as though in a scenario where someone has it's a single parent household that a brother should step up and not help or should help.
I say they should help.
Okay. KB.
I think sometimes people just put too much trust into like there should be a different type of system when it comes to trusting someone around your kids as well though. Like I think people be jumping into stuff a little too quick.
That's going into a different direction though. I'm just talking about the sense of community. Now with that other stuff you about to dive into, I totally agree with that. Like you have to be mindful of who's around your child, et cetera, et cetera. But as far as like coming together, helping each other be accountable for things, or just not even helping them be accountable, pointing it out, calling it out, hey, this is wrong. It's wrong because of X, Y, and Z. Our problem is we used to be a very shameful like community. Like we had shame in our community. That's why certain things just did not happen. We've gotten away from that. We accept anything now. We don't call out nothing now. So if you don't call it out, how is somebody supposed to know it's wrong if you skinning and grinning with them when they doing wrong?
I mean, Styles, in
Cause
your
that's real nigga shit, Styles. And if you call it out, you lame. Shit, hey, you mean?
Well, I've been lame for a real long time then.
I think I've been lame longer than you. I'm older than you.
But yeah, so community is important. So back to, I don't know whoever said that point, but yeah, so if you're with someone who who is in a relationship and has children, and the person that's there just wants to be for their kids, I would tell them you need to try to see if you can work it out with the father of your child. That's what I would say to them. And if you can work it out with
Salute.
your wife, is it you? Are you able to bend and compromise a little bit, or how whatever the situation may be? How can you make the situation better? Because we're always so focused on what somebody else is doing, but what are you doing in a situation? How can you fix some things within yourself to make the situation work? Now, some people might not agree with that, but sometimes you gotta. Back to Kwame's point, he said this a couple lives ago, and I thought that was a amazing line. You have to sacrifice as a woman. You have to make some sacrifices, and especially if you have a child with this person, why not keep them together? You the one who decided to have the baby with this person.
I mean, Styles, do you still recognize a woman? I mean, do you think a woman with a child can recognize herself as the prize or no?
Of course, if anything, she's even more of a prize because God gave her a gift. So
So what does that
I
make
give
you
it
then?
to the gift giver.
Lord have mercy.
I think that
You said Lord
pride
have
shit is built
mercy.
in. I think that pride shit is built in ego. Anybody that know that's been in a relationship, sometimes you could be the prize. Sometimes your significant other can be the prize because it's about the balance.
Hello.
Yeah. So stop telling each other I'm the prize, bitch. So what do you mean? So She chopped suey when she done made your ass something to eat. You done made it to work. You was strong as hell that day. Like, it shouldn't even come up about who the prize. Just pay the bills, take care of each other, and do what's right. Fuck all this label shit.
Yeah.
Wait. But women are prizes though. I can't. We do make it happen now. You bring
If you
15
come home
cents
and tell
home and you
your
come
wife,
home.
yeah, go home and tell your wife, I'm the prize. She'll be looking at you. You don't shut up. Well, wash your drawers then, prize. Same thing with a man. You gonna
Hello.
tell him, I'm the prize. He's like, well, okay, pay all the goddamn bills then. So all that's gonna do is cause problems.
Yeah.
Just work
That's true.
together
That's
and
true.
chill
That's
the
true. That's
fuck
true.
out.
That's true. Yeah. Working together is really important. So that
Yes.
I would say try to work it out with the father of your child. See what you can do to make that work. And
I don't think.
love is what you make it. Love is what you make it. This whole fairy tale and oh, he bought me a glass slipper. Da, 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 that's fantasy, and that's what the TV has programmed us that is what love is. That's not love.
Facts.
That's make believe. That's not true. So it's gonna be problems, gonna be trials, gonna be tribulations. What you gonna do through it?
I think that's the part of relationships people hate. They hate the parts where it's gritty and ugly. They don't want to put that effort and that work in to make each other feel comfortable in that relationship.
And sometimes you
That's
just might have to get on. But just because you get on, don't mean you gotta get under somebody else. Maybe it's time for you just to take a break for yourself, raise the kids up, and the daddy might come back around. You never know. Everything's not for just. You don't always have to go seeking something else. Sometimes it's cool to be by yourself. Get your mind right. Get yourself together. In the hopes and aspirations that your family could one day be a family again or be a family from the beginning.
yo. Can we talk about that real estate thing you was saying that you was mentioning, KB,
What real estate thing?
where you was talking about devaluing the properties and things like that that you mentioned when you
I
first
don't know
came
if it's
on?
a. I don't know what it is. I just think I don't know if it's per se a real estate thing. I just know once they drive the property value down with all these shootings, and I think it's orchestrated by the city and the town. Like it's each individual town, especially Democrat ran cities, they protect the level of fuckery, in my opinion, and they shift them around to certain neighborhoods to run the property value down, and then they get government funding to come in and redo the contract or allocate funds to the neighborhood, and then they start cleaning up the neighborhood, and then they sell it to certain white folks for pennies on a dollar, and then once they clean it up, the property value shoots back up. And I think somebody is working with them. I think they're putting black faces in certain towns to make sure this happens.
Right.
Otherwise,
Almost
somebody got to tell me how, when they gentrify these neighborhoods, all of a sudden they're so safe and so clean and so nice. Why can't they do that when black folks are there?
right. Almost like a cycle too, because I had watched something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was almost like this is a plan that banks, if I'm assuming, have came up with as well to continue to make dollars off of that same property. So yes, the black communities are being used to devalue those areas, but on top of that, those banks are reselling those homes multiple times in that gentrificated, you know what I'm saying, that move. Do y'all hear me?
Mic was muted.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, your mic was just muted.
Oh, turn your YouTube off in the back.
Mike,
I
they
think you got
you
to
hear
slow
Mike?
down.
Yeah, you gotta get the YouTube off in the back.
Yeah, that ain't me right
Who
there.
me?
Yeah, it's him. He got two screens open. He gotta get. I'm gonna drop him down. He got to get his YouTube turned off in the back when you hit the stream yard. You watching YouTube and you hit the StreamYard link, sometimes it'll keep open the two screens. You got to cancel out one of those screens, YouTube.
But yeah, man, if you, no matter where you stay at, man, you got to really take your time out to scope out these communities, whether you moving in somewhere or you know, looking for property to just, you know, to rent out to other people, man. You really got to scope, because as somebody who's lived middle class, upper class, and lower class, I mean, if you used to ask me which one I'd rather deal with, at the most with white people, they always ever gave me a hard time. I mean, I think I had a female who was from Turkey. She told me she didn't really want to date me because, you know, her folks didn't believe in that. But then, you know, I'd rather deal with that than go deal with my own community that is predominantly black people. And you come outside, niggas joke on your tennis shoes. You don't have the new Jordans, niggas call you lame. So, you know, it just depends on what you want to deal with. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's that's funny to certain people, depending on, in our race, our culture, to joke on one another and talk down on each other based upon what you ain't got. But white folks don't do that.
I don't even be thinking that people that are a part of those situations where, you know the neighborhood might be gentrified one day. I don't even think they understand that they should be making, different things should be a little different when it comes to utilizing this property and stuff like that. Because one day you can be casted out of that neighborhood, opposed to you saying, "Hey, let me before this even becomes a disability, let's make it an ability to buy up that neighborhood per se."
But see, that's the thing, L Boogie, homeowner associations, man, and community watch and stuff like that is real. You know, I think moving into a community where nobody knows you, and then, I ain't gonna say you per se calling, you shouldn't move into a community tomorrow and then want to go throw a party on the block and you don't even know nobody on your street. It's just a bad idea. Of course, I want to get you out of there too. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't even have a proper class to, you only been out here a day and you feel comfortable enough to do these kind of things. I just feel like, we have to really, get our communion on and really, reach out regardless of what the race is, to be honest.
Yeah, I
Boy, you said a
understand that.
cold bar then, boy, because most people like, man, hey, don't come to my house. You don't even know your neighbor. But some neighborhoods, boy, them white folks gonna come over. Hey, how you doing, neighbor? I used to be like, what the hell? It was weird at first, but it's good to know your neighbor. Trust me.
Yeah, man, they bring you cookies, pies, and shit like that. Like, they literally, when you first move in, this man got a oven roasted pie. He bringing you just because you his next door neighbor, and it. Don't get no more beautiful than that. You moving around the black folks, you gonna hear gunshots. It's a big difference, man. It's a culture shock. You just got to decide on which one you want to deal with.
Chrissy, yo, that's Cap. You know, God doggone well, Gil was your boo thing.
But sometimes you have to be the initiator of that community too. Sometimes you got to be the person to go and introduce your stuff. And for Christmas or holidays that you spend, you go and you give. And then that become a thing. You don't do it to receive something back. But sometimes you got to be the leader.
But see, that's the thing, though, Styles. We'll walk past a homeless man at the gas station every day. We won't even give him 50 cents. But then we expect so much more from other people. That shit crazy.
Chrissy, yo, hit the link. We want to hear you tell this lie. Talking about you don't, if you're in the streets, they can't deal with you. You know you like that street nigga, Gil. Pistol to your throat, nigga. But
And where you
nah,
find your
man,
man
y'all right
at?
though. What'd
Chrissy,
you say,
every man
Style?
in the street. I said, where she found her man? Every man in the street before they settle down.
Exactly. I guess you talking about the gangster type.
Oh, okay.
Well, salute to everybody. I ain't want to interrupt nobody, but I want to say something that's been really bothering me. Like you were saying the last time, like we can be some bad motherfuckers if we could all come together. I guess we just can't do that as right now, I guess. And I've been seeing what's been going on behind the scenes. And I feel bad for what's going on for us with you, KB. That's cold, man. Your own family member turn your back on you. I feel you.
I just
I
bust
don't
Same.
out
feel
laughing.
bad. I feel empowered because it's a lot of people going through this. There's
Yeah, me
other
too.
football players in my town. I know what they're going through because I hear about it. So in every city, every town, like I told y'all, most of these athletes getting extorted by either a gang or their own family.
Right.
I know other NBA players that have been kidnapped by their family. I'm never gonna tell y'all, but I'm telling you. The reason why I say I'm a bad motherfucker, I might have a motherfucker talking about me, whispering about me. Hell, that's life. But I don't go through all the shit these motherfuckers go through.
It's
Trust me.
like you were saying, you're the landlord.
No, that's because I am the landlord. Thank you for saying that. But I didn't mind being isolated. A lot of people they understand they're being used by other people. They understand they're being used by family, and they accept it because they don't want to be isolated. This is all they know. They're not comfortable in the white community. I remember what that feeling was like. Like, damn, I ain't comfortable around white folk, and I ain't really comfortable around my own folk because they always want something. But so now, fuck it. I just be by myself. And the people that want to come around me, they know who I am. They know how I am. They know, hey, look, if he come to my house, he gonna bring something because whatever he used, he ain't no bag of bomb, and they know how to come to my house. I got real, genuine relationships by just cutting off the drippy faucet.
Right? You gotta wash your hands. Just like you said, once you see him, just walk past him like you don't know him. That's gonna hurt the worst. He gonna realize he had it good. And I don't know why the hell he was messing with damn D. I don't know what he was thinking on that. Because all he uses is your words against you.
But he
All
even
you do is
said
play
that.
the
He knew what he was getting into. Desperate people do that desperate thing.
right.
But it ain't just about him. Like, greed is a mother trucker. Like, look at some of the lotto winners and watch what happened today. Look at what happened to their life. Some of their own family members killed them for their lotto winning.
Yep, you ain't lying
It's a
about that.
cold world out here, bro.
Yeah, you ain't lying, bro. Sure, I lost my uncle to a tree, and I'm still recovering from that.
You lost your uncle to where?
I said I lost my uncle to a tree. He was helping a neighbor next door to me. He wound up getting killed by a tree.
Damn.
Yeah,
Damn, sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
nah, it's all
Sorry.
good. Thank y'all for the condolences. So that's why I say you gotta love each other, man. You never know when your last date might be. That's why I was.
I
You can still love him.
That's why I was
You can
trying to
still
Yeah,
tell.
love
yeah.
him. Yeah, just from afar. It's different
Hold on, we
now.
got. Yeah, I love them from afar. Yeah, that's the problem. So many people teach. I think that was taught by old school grandmama. Yeah, that's still your family. Motherfucker coming and raping and pillaging the whole goddamn cookouts and all the community. It be that one uncle that done touched on everybody little cousin, and they still talking about that's family. No, family is who treat you like family. A motherfucker acting like a jackass, stay far away from 'em. And guess what happened?
facts.
With family you stay away from? They still family. Don't allow people to treat you a certain way. Fuck all that we family. Nigga, you don't treat me like family. And until you do, don't bring your sick ass around me. It's simple as that. Well, what's up, Christy? Yo, how you doing this morning? Well, this afternoon now.
Happy New Year.
How are you? Happy New Year to you.
I'm great. I'm doing fantastic.
All right, you like them thugs. You had a nigga that you love that say put a pistol to your throat.
First of all, this is not a Gil is not a thug, okay? Let's stop that.
Shit, that man a two-time convicted felon, ain't it, or one time?
Oh,
That's a
stop
thug.
it. No, he's not a
Also,
thug.
now you gonna go against history?
It's not about history. That's his past.
But he a thug. Based on I
Well, he's
know
not a
some
thug.
thugs that
He
don't
might
got
have
two convicted felons.
okay, all right. Well, he might have done something that maybe was
All thugs have.
thuggish behavior, okay? And that was in his past, and that had to do with another teammate. That's not his everyday life.
No man, he got a gun charge in college.
Okay,
That boy's a thug.
okay. So I'm supposed to hold against him what he did when he was 19, 18.
You just forgive all the thugs, don't you?
The
See, I knew thugs can get you. I told you.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, I wouldn't consider Gil a thug, so, you know.
So
And I
you only
don't,
like thugs that you go to school with.
first of all, I don't deal with thugs, okay? But and I would not consider Gil a thug. That might be your
Oh,
opinion.
he
That's
like
not mine.
she like rehabilitated thugs, but he ain't rehabilitated. He said he was gonna put a pistol to my throat, so he's still a thug.
Well, you guys, you okay? I know, but you guys are big boys. You guys talk
You know how
behind.
they always say you guys when one person say something.
No, okay.
You guys, they say that. One
You,
guy said that shit.
you guys, as in you and Gil, you both are big boys. You guys speak as men behind the scenes, okay? So if you want to call him a thug, that's fine, but I don't consider him a thug.
Two gun charges and telling a man on the airways he put a pistol to his throat. That sound like a thug to me. Smell like a thug to me.
Oh,
What do you consider a thug?
someone that's always in the streets, you know?
Oh, so there's no such thing as corporate thugging.
Oh, well, there is.
Oh, okay. You
But
just got to be a street thug.
someone who is corporate, like I would consider maybe you're stealing money, maybe you're putting money places it's not supposed to be going. You
Hmm.
know, that would be corporate thuggery if you ask me. But he's corporate. He has corporate deals, but I don't think he's doing anything thuggish today at his 40s. That's your opinion. That's okay. But no, I
I
don't.
don't think you made a good case for not liking thugs. I think I won this one.
Okay, so you are you saying that women like thugs? Is that your point, or
No, I'm saying you like thugs. You said I was going
how
off
do you
what
know
your
what I like,
chat said.
Kwame?
Because you like Gil. I'm up here stating my case.
Gil is my boy. That doesn't mean that because you don't like him, I should consider him a
No, no,
thug.
no, no, no. We going out. Don't see. I see why y'all like each other because
Yeah.
y'all keep deflecting to other things when somebody talking about you.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. How was your New Year, though? Did you have a good New Year?
Another great deflection.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to talk about Gail, go ahead.
Shorty gonna be a thug.
Shawty wanna be a thug. Feel me?
What they gonna be? They gonna be. Shorty gonna be a thug. Ain't that something? Christy O say two gun charges, putting a pistol to the throat. None of that would make him a thug. Lord have mercy. Convicted felon. Mm-mm.
Sounds like a thug to me.
And he came up
Somebody
and said he set a man house on fire. And I seen him beating up a car. So that he do thuggish ruggish bone shit now. He a thuggish ruggish bone.
Have
I
okay.
don't know, Chrissy.
Have you ever done
Ah.
anything thuggish that you would consider?
I saw him beat up a car of his baby mama.
No, I
I
said
saw
have
he's.
you. I said have you ever done
Oh
anything?
no, you don't see what thugs do. That's real nigga shit. I don't get to see it. He too real for that.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Trump a thug.
What you say?
I said, is Trump a thug?
Oh, she damn sure gonna say Trump a thug. Damn, Styles. Why didn't I think of that? That was straight right there. Is Trump a thug? Cause he a convicted felon.
He's that absolutely done a thuggish. He actually shows a lot of thuggish behavior, but a lot of
All right, give
Wait,
me an
presidents,
so
example of Trump thuggish
he's
behavior.
a lot of presidents have.
he's selfish behavior and not Mr. Arenas.
Yes, yes, yes,
Make it
yes.
make
Yeah,
sense.
that's it, girl.
This about to get good. Go ahead, Styles. You take over. I'm going on mute.
I want to take over. I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing. That meant, hold on, that's my husband. Hold on.
Oh,
All right, I'm
oh,
back.
okay.
Wait a minute. Can you please elaborate on the difference between the two thuggish behaviors that you approve of and disapprove of?
You asking me? You said what?
I said, can you elaborate on what Trump's thuggish behavior was opposed to what Gil?
Trump's thuggish behavior is when it comes to women. When it comes to women,
That's thuggish behavior. That would be
Of course,
mannish,
it's
or
thuggish behavior.
that wouldn't be thuggish. That would be
Yes, it.
mannish or perverted.
No.
Hold on. Just let the chat hear what I got to say, even though you may not want to hear it. That has nothing to do with thuggish. That would be perverted, or that would be mannish behavior. But I don't think anything Trump said was actually wrong. I've witnessed women for the right type of man, and Trump is that right type of man. I've witnessed women that will let them grab them right in the vagina. I've witnessed that. I've witnessed women who have seen men who were married, who were so famous that they said, let me give you some fellatio in the bathroom stall. See, he's not talking about normal women. He's talking about groupies. And to act like there's no such thing as a groupie, then that would just be an act.
And then to assume that I dislike Trump or I view him as a thug. Has he done thuggish things? Yes, but don't assume what my political views are, or what not. Has nothing to do with that.
Hi,
I
sorry,
was,
I'm back.
I was, okay, go ahead, Sal.
No, I just had a question. So, how can, and this is just like, you know, but how is Trump a thug, but Mr. Arenas is on the internet saying he gonna put a pistol to another man's throat?
Oh, you missed
Like,
it.
what? Oh,
She
I did.
said
Sorry.
because
Sorry.
She said because he said he's thuggish with women. And I said that wouldn't be thuggish. That would be either mannish or perverted. But I also said what he actually said was true. I've witnessed women come up to certain men that are of certain status and damn near throw them in the bathroom and offer them all type of things. And these
And
are
I
not
agree.
the
And I
regular
agree with
typical
that.
woman.
And I agree with that.
These are hoochies.
And I agree with that. I look at, in my opinion, that's exactly what happened. Some people may not like it, but I believe a lot of that's what happened with Bill Cosby. I
So,
believe
because his,
a lot of
I'm
women were
sorry.
throwing themselves. That's okay. I believe a lot of women were throwing themselves. Back in the 70s, that's, hey, Damon Wayne said that's how it was. I mean, I know Bill Cosby was a frequent visitor at the Playboy Mansion. A lot of women would throw themselves at him. So, just looking at the demographic of women that accused him, it just it wasn't evening out to me. It didn't make a lot of sense to me, but that's just my personal opinion. I'm someone who grew up with Bill Cosby. I respect him. I admire everything that he's done. People may look at him as a racist. I mean, not a rapist, excuse me, the R word. But I don't. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, but I'm not going to disown Bill Cosby because of what media says about him. I work in the media, so I'm not going to disown him because of allegations that came from the 60s. I'm just not going to do that. There's a lot of other people that have those type of allegations that are still working, still A-list actors. They may not be African American, but people have had these same exact experiences with other actors, but they didn't get the same, you know, return that Bill Cosby got. So that's my opinion on that. I don't believe everything. I'm a woman. I know how women can be. I know that we can throw ourselves at men if, we really like them. We want to be in their presence. We want to be around them. Us women do that. Not, some women have self respect. Some women will do whatever they can to get close to that man. That is very true. That's not a lie.
But see, Krista, that's why I brought up the Styles earlier. I said about a woman,
Hold
women.
on, bro. Let Styles reply real quick and then you go.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering. So, because um, Donald Trump's aggression was towards a woman, he's a thug. But because Gilbert Arenas' aggression was towards a man, it's different.
I
Like
don't
that's
look
that's my understanding from what you said.
I don't look as Trump as a thug. I said he's done thuggish things. Do I think he's a thug? No.
Gilbert has done thuggish things too.
He may have done some thuggery when he was a kid, but I absolutely do not view Gil as a thug at all.
Got it.
So a normal man would tell another man, "Let me put a pistol to your throat," or a thuggish man.
Okay, because he said that to you, Kwame. I
No, but
believe
that's
that.
not answering my question. But I already,
Well,
I'm aware that he said
you
it
have
to
to let
me.
me
I'm just
finish.
asking.
Okay, well, you have to let me finish. He said
Okay.
that to you. You guys were going back and forth that day. I think I remember that live. But
I heard you say that the first time, and I'm just asking you specifically about what he said. I never said that I was going to put a pistol to his throat. So we can go back and forth. I can go back and forth with anybody online, and my thought process is not going to be to say I'm going to put a pistol to your throat. So let's get real specific. I'm asking you about the behaviors of, let's say, an attorney, or let's say a fire truck driver, or a regular guy, a normal individual who does not do thuggish things. Will they think to say online or to any person, I will put a pistol to your throat?
yeah, they may say that. Doesn't make them a thug.
No
Oh,
way.
okay.
Come on, Chrissy.
What?
That's
Well,
not,
that's okay.
that's not,
Well, that's the
that's
beautiful thing about conversation. We may not always agree, and that's
yeah,
okay.
that's true. So let's add another layer to that. Another thug behavior. Would a corporate guy put a, I don't even know what is he, a crackhead? Sorry, Lord. What is the guy? Junkie. Will he put a junkie in sidewalk
A junkie
corporate
where?
business? No, I mean it's a junkie. He has employed a junkie to basically harass someone. Is that not thuggish? Is that not a thug? He doesn't have the time or energy or whatever it is. Well, he does have the time or energy, but he doesn't have the zealous antics to
This is
be
why
as
thugs thrive.
destructive as
Girl,
the
what?
junkie. So now that he put a junkie on him, is that not a thug?
Well,
A
maybe
junkie
he
who'll do
was.
anything.
Well, maybe he was trying to help that man turn his life around. I don't know the situation.
Oh man. Oh no 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 no.
She's a thug sympathizer. She's a thug sympathizer. That's
Okay,
all.
so
And then
can I
she has a
the
color line and a sex line at
can
the
I read
same
the
time.
comment? The comment says this is why thugs thrive. Females excusing behavior. Okay, well, knowledge seeker. If you consider Gil a thug, that's your opinion, ma'am. But this is I'm not excusing anything. I don't view him as that. But hey, I don't know. You might know more about thugs than me, knowledge seeker. I don't know. I don't consider Gil a thug. I
Well, you
don't
have
hang
to know
out.
what a thug. You have to know what a thug is because you
I
said
don't
you
hang out
know.
with I live in a city where there's a lot of thugs. I live in DC. But
Okay.
I don't hang out with thugs, so I'm not I'm not the expert on it. All I know that if
So,
you're speaking about Gil, I
No,
don't think
you can't be an expert on thugs if you're saying that I even put a lawyer. You're saying a lawyer would say I would put a pistol to your throat, and that is absolutely ridiculous. And that's why this young lady said that. I
no, I said I'm
specifically
not an
said
expert on thugs.
I
That's what I
know, and I
said.
said I agree with you because this is the thing. You so much of a thug sympathizer that either you didn't understand the question or people in the chat are starting to think you're full of shit because
I'm
I
mad at
said a hold on, I said would a regular everyday guy, a man that's not a thug, and I gave examples. I said an attorney or a fireman or just a construction worker, a regular everyday guy. An attorney is not going to risk his livelihood for saying, I'll put a pistol to your throat. That would end somebody's career. They're not going to say that. A school teacher is not going to say that. You're going to have a whole school board you can call. A police wouldn't even say that because now you got everybody you can call. So to say that a regular average person that's not a thug would say, I will put a pistol to your throat, I just think that doesn't, you don't even have to be an expert because there's no such thing as an expert because we got the Cancer Society, we have the Diabetes Society. They've been around since 1913. I'm gonna do that live later. And we got one that's been around since 1939, and they haven't cured a damn thing. So there's no such thing as an expert. That's just something to say to put somebody above somebody so they can get a check. But at the end of the day, your common sense has to kick in to know that an average everyday man with a job, with kids and responsibilities, is not talking about putting pistols at anybody's throat. What say you?
well, common sense is very simple to comprehend. Now, I believe people say things when they're angry. It doesn't make them a thug because they lashed out. I'm pretty sure everyone has said something that they when they were angry, maybe something they wish they could take back. But that because someone says something, I'm not going to say, "Oh, that person's a thug." Did you hear that statement they just made? that person's a thug. No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to do that. Now, other people disagree. You're more than free to. It's a brand new year. You can have your own opinions. I do not view
So if someone
delivery.
is a convicted felon, would that make that person a thug because they lose rights and everything else like a thug? So
Absolutely
would that
not.
make that person?
Absolutely not.
So how many convicted felons would a person need to become a thug?
It's not about being a felon that makes you a thug. A thug. People may be arrested for under false charges. There's many reasons why people get arrested. You can have 7 felonies. That doesn't make you a thug. What specifically are those felonies for? Thuggery is your behavior, how you act. That's what I call that. I mean, if you're convicted, if you have felonies, that does not make you a thug because you have felonies.
Your behavior is what makes you a thug. Because you live outside of law is what makes you a thug. Once you get convicted of crimes and you're breaking the law by terroristic threats, saying you're going to put a pistol to the throat, you live outside of law, which makes you a thug. What is your criteria of a thug?
Someone's character on a regular basis. Now, I'm not going to say that's Gil's character on a regular basis because it's not. If you ask me,
Well,
I think
it actually is because you keep spreading around that he does things when he was little or when he was young. That was like 2 years ago when he said, "Put a pistol in my throat." This is a full grown man with a child that probably is going to go to the NBA. And this is what he's still saying online. So are you willing to admit that you were wrong by saying he did things when he was a younger man?
he's still saying what online.
Ma'am, that was like 2 years ago when he said, "I'll put a pistol to your throat." But your excuse was for his behavior was that he did things as a younger man. And I'm saying he just did things in his 40s.
You wanted to ask my opinion. That's my opinion. I like Gil. He's cool. I think he's a good person. I think he's a role model. That's my boy. I don't think he's a thug, and that's
So
just me.
you would want your son to tell somebody you're going to put a pistol to a black man's throat?
My son would never say that.
You
I don't
said he
have
was a
I don't I
role
don't
model,
I
so
don't
I'm
have
asking.
I don't have children, but that's not the way I intend to raise my children. No
But
child of mine, no child
when
of
you
mine
use
is
the
gonna come out
word
their mouth and say something like that.
Okay, but when you use the word role model, then that means this guy, you want kids and other people to be like him. So if you don't want your son to say something like that, then how can he be a role model?
He coaches kids, he
That
mentors
doesn't mean
kids.
anything.
It means a lot to me. A lot of kids need coaches. He's a mentor to children, to kids. I'm like, you may disagree. He's a mentor, and I like him. I don't think he's a thug.
Okay,
So I mean, it's not about an agree. It's about a difference of
well,
opinions.
I knew former drug dealers that used to hand out turkeys, and if you just highlight the times that they're doing good stuff and not when they're handing single mothers crack, and when they're using females that are still fine and that are on drugs, using them to give fellatio and turn tricks, then we'll just highlight just the good stuff they do when they hand out Christmas bicycles and all that, and then you don't have to worry about their crimes and anything they do, right?
But that handing out turkeys and doing something seasonal, Gil is a good guy 365 days. He's not mentoring on
So he
holidays.
was a good guy when he allegedly burned down that house. Now, these are things that he said himself, and I mean, you got to go off of a man's word. A man only got his word, and he said he burned down a dude's house. Go ask him. So that ain't 365, maybe 364.
Okay, there you go. I mean, if he did that, if he said he did that, that is absolutely thuggish, a thuggish act right there. I wouldn't say behavior is something that's consistent. That was a thuggish act, if you ask me, but I don't consider him a thug. Did he do that? Yeah, that was wrong, but I don't consider him a thug.
I think Gilbert Arenas is the biggest thug you ever seen. I mean, he's so bad, he brought a gun to a locker room and told a nigga to pick one. I mean, that's some mafioso type of thug shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. He told me about that, but like I said, you may disagree, but he was a
So
he
that's
was.
maybe 363 days then.
Then
We chopping those days down.
he was. I believe that people when they're younger, they make mistakes. As they get older, they become wiser and they learn. So I'm not going to consider Gil a thug.
Well, maybe when he turned 80, he'll be a little more wiser because
No.
telling somebody piss it to your throat in your 40s is really not that smart.
Okay.
Maybe he don't like black men because he really not from America. He said he was a tether, so maybe that's why he's so aggressive towards
Why
black
you got to
men.
call him a tether?
I got that word from Tyreek Nasheed.
I know where you got the word from. So that would
I really
concern
don't
you.
understand it, but I know it's probably gonna piss him off, so I'm gonna call him that because he ain't from here. He made it clear that he ain't black, so then fuck it, he a tether. And the only thing I ever seen him do is aggress black men, and then them white boys, he real nice. So I think he's a real dumbed down, good old boy tether. Now he's definitely not a thug to them.
No,
He don't even curse them. He don't do nothing.
he's talked down about Caucasian men as well. He's talked to me about situations with.
Nah, they white boys. You scared to even say white boy. They
I
Caucasian.
don't like to
You
say.
come on now. Stop
I
all that
mean,
nice shit.
I mean, I don't like to say. I mean, he's
Gil,
spoken.
you and Gil tap it down. I forgot they took y'all out to them program school. They programmed y'all real good.
No, no, that's the absolute opposite of me. But no, he's definitely talked to me about white men that he disagrees with and has had issue concerns with. It's not just a black man thing. It's not with Gil. It may seem
You
like
got to
that
go
to
back and
you.
look at my last video. You got to go back and look at my last video. It's not. I'm not speaking about he don't talk about white men. It's the way in which he talks about black men, opposed to how he talks about the white ones. When he gets upset at a black man, he turns into this thuggish behavior that you don't. Nigga, me and my niggas will come find you. He threatened Carcino, everybody. Me and my niggas will be in Chicago. He acts like this. He creates this persona and he acts as if he's this gangster when it comes to somebody black. But when it comes to that white boy that just embarrassed him the other day, it was nothing. He didn't do any of that. And so the fact that you can't even see that there's a difference, I think that's the problem with our community. We're okay with men aggressing other men in a way that, now what if I would have acted in kind and said, Gil, you gonna, if you blah 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 blah, I'm a blah 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 blah. Now you got two families that heard this across the airways, and that's how shit gets started. That's how a cycle of violence gets started, all because one person don't know how to respect the next person.
I agree. Did he attack say these things about these people for no reason? Like I think you mentioned Carcino, or did he just, or was he responding to
There,
something?
there is no reason over words to say you're gonna do something violent to somebody. You can't justify that.
Okay.
You can't
Well,
justify that. You
no one's
cannot justify it.
no
You
one's an
cannot
angel.
justify it.
No one's an
You
angel.
cannot justify
I'm
that.
not
You cannot,
justifying it,
Chrisio.
but I'm not going to say, oh
You're
well, he
the
said
first,
this.
what if we did that in every situation? Where what did she do to this man to make him do that? No, you don't do that.
No,
You
you
don't
do do
make
that.
people
Do that.
you don't make people that's getting threatened feel like they did something wrong to be threatened. No, everybody got we got a right to free speech. You don't threaten somebody over what they said,
There's a
especially not
reaction
with
to
a
every action.
well, then that's why you agree with thuggish behavior. I thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
That was easy. Takara, you gotta turn your camera. The camera thing is won't let me. It won't let me let you up. Styles, you got anything on that?
Let's see. Um, I just urge you to like go back and after this conversation is over, go back and listen to the questions that were being asked to you and then your responses.
Yeah,
To better,
I can definitely do that, but they're not gonna change. They're not gonna change.
well, if you go in saying it's not going to change, then you are you have a big ego, and everyone can deal with correction. You know what I'm trying to say? And your responses shows a bias, and the bias can be a problem, and it can be showing up in different aspects of your life. And I don't even know you, just the internet. But if you listen to what you're saying and you take an evaluation of your personal life and your real life, you might see a pattern.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about that, but I'm gonna stick with my answers.
Okay, Happy New Year.
Same to you, sis. Appreciate that.
Bars.
Man, people that don't listen, but shoot.
Hi, Mr. Quara.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Happy New
Hey,
Year.
Mr. Carr, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mr. Carr. Happy New Year's to you.
Okay, I think it's a delay or something on this. I don't know what I'm doing, so I don't really take the panels, but I did want to put
We,
the
we got you. We got you. You good now?
say again, KB.
I said we hear you now.
Okay, so y'all can hear me now. Okay, so okay, do we like successful black men and women that's not in the streets? Yes, we do. When they act like successful black men and women that are not in the streets. Okay, okay, thank you, SJ, because I think it isn't, and I can say that because I'm from the streets. However, I worked a corporate job before in the streets. Now, some women do, like you all said, some women, they're groupies and they chase men, they chase streets and like this and that and this and that. But then to be from there, you have to actually be from there. The corporate thugging, what Gil is doing, I put a pistol to your throat, that's corporate thugging. You have so much money to where you can do whatever you want to do. You can put it off on social media. You can put it off on any platforms and do however you want to do it. So that's corporate thugging. Your actions, like the young lady said, depending on how you act, what you do, it's a way of life. Thugging streets, that's a way of life. So then when you are up there in the corporate world, like you all said, Donald Trump, or it just depends on what you call thugging. Okay. Um, Again, do we like successful people that's not in the streets? Yes, when they act like successful people that's not in the streets. Coming from corporate to in the streets, me, I was tricked into the streets. So see, some women go after it and then some women don't know. Some men go after it and some men don't know. But when you're blinded and lied to about what's going on and then you finally find yourself in it, then it turns you into somebody else. So then when it comes to um being liked as a street person or a corporate person, when you turn into something else from living a certain way of life, then yeah, you become that. Me, they can call me a gangster bitch. They can call me a thug. I know it because it's in me. I don't bring myself off like that. I stay quiet. Most street people are quiet type. They're not on the internet talking, thugging, and doing all that. Like you said, it's the absolute direct threat from a corporate thug type that'll tell anybody they'll put a pistol to their throat. Right? And that's just personal opinion. And all these are opinions. Yes, everybody want to talk. Everybody got a story. These are opinions. This is an opinionated channel. True mystery jokes. Thanks to the panel guests. So yes, and that's just my opinion. That's a corporate thug. What Bill said to you. Do we like successful black men and women? That's not. Yes, we do. We love successful black men and women. That's not in the truth. We love black excellence, and we are. And some of us also love thugs and also like to chase that type. So then, to each his own. It's all about who we like. If any of that makes sense. And I say that because I'm
No,
from
no, I agree with you, Takara, but and I'm talking about not just a focus on women, but a focus on us men too. If we seem to only attack each other in a way that we do not attack anyone else, no other race. Ryan Garcia got up there and said, "Fuck all us niggas, and ain't none of y'all gonna do shit," and he was right. And it seems like any other race of men, whether it be Hispanic, white, or Indian, whatever, when they say something publicly like that and stand on it, there ain't no repercussions for it. But we'll attack each other over a Facebook post over a girl that's sleeping with both of them. And like to me, that's just whack. But the kid that's doing the right thing, we don't have nothing for him. We don't put no money together for a kid that's going to college, but we got a package for the nigga that's coming home from prison. So it's just like to me, all around the board, it seemed like we really don't support our most successful kids in our community. I'm not trying to make it about just about the women.
Yep, that sounds ass backwards to me.
Well, just like Hustler Lock said, based on my opinion, I may need to take a look into my own life, but I could say the same. But she said, I don't know you, but you may need to take a look into your own life. But I could say the same for you, but I'm not going to do that. We going to be
Now,
nice.
Styles, it's the new year. You should have been nice. You done heard her now. It's been a whole two people talking since then. And you hit her with that Happy New Year after that. Oh Lord, damn it.
Look,
And
look, I respect
Dog
how
no holler.
I respect how people state their opinions. You can be a little nice, nasty. You can try to play therapist based on someone's answer because it's not yours. But I choose to respect women who look like me. Now, that's her opinion. I can have my own opinion about the past few minutes of her, but I choose to not do that. Why? Because I don't know her. I could respond differently.
No, but I don't think you would be responding in that way based on you being emotional about what she said. I think what she said was based on your responses to me had nothing to do with the question that you were asked. You was just dancing, and she was like, you can go back and look at your responses, and then I want you to take a look at what's going on in your life. And I think because you're not being honest about some things, I'm not speaking for her, but that's just what I read from what she said. Like, you
Okay,
gotta.
if that's her concern, she has no worry, no reason to
It's
be
not.
concerned. No
It's
reason to be
that
concerned.
was way.
No reason to be she has no reason to be concerned. She doesn't know me at all, so she'll be okay, and I'll be okay.
Don't let the chat get to you. The chat do it every time. You chat people in the chat. Y'all so toxic sometimes. Who's stirring it up? I can't see it, but whoever in the
I
chat stirring
actually
it
can't
up,
see the
stop
chat.
that.
I can't see the chat at all. So
Man,
I'm not.
Oh,
KB.
Was that comment for me? Don't worry. Don't let the chat get to you.
yes, because that
Yeah. See
conversation
that
was
that's what I
over.
mean.
I
This is
still do
not
it.
my type of playground. I
I
don't.
still do it a Happy New Year's. We good, mommy. No worries. All is
Yeah. Don't
well.
worry. Don't worry. I can't see the chat. Don't worry about that.
Okay, good.
And even if I could read the chat, it makes no difference, girl, at all.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Everybody can see the chat now. Come on now, everybody
No,
can
I
see the
can't
chat.
see the
That's why the
chat.
first thing I said was, I'm like, dang, that conversation was like two people ago. Takar went off for a minute. We had technical difficulties. She got hers off, and the whole time you was on mute just seething. How Garrick say mute, just
Seething,
seething.
I'm
Like I
actually
can't
doing.
wait to say
You
something
don't
to
want to
this
know what I'm
motherfucker.
doing, but trust me, I'm not seething.
Kwame,
No,
please
seriously, you was
stop.
up there
Kwame,
seething. You couldn't wait to come on mute to say something to Style. You like, you know what? Let me tell you
yeah,
something to you. I can do this, I can do that, motherfucker, but I'm not.
Well, sometimes
yeah.
sometimes women have to know what you gotta do before you speak. You
Hey,
gotta think.
all right, girl.
So I got a question. It's been on my mind. So it's like a hypothetical. So if I was to go into to a bank and rob it with a gun, would that not make me a thug? I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Chrissy's logic. Why are you
Well,
robbing the bank?
how many times do you go in the bank? This is one time behavior,
Why
you
did you
know.
rob the bank?
I guess
Why
two
did
or
you rob
three
the bank?
times. I guess KB. Don't ask me. Don't make me lie.
Did you need
Man,
it for something?
those hood mamas don't be telling their daughters not to date them dudes when they know they thugs. They encourage them. Oh shit, how fine is he? And then they compare them to see how fine she thought that her baby daddy was. The mama to the daughter. Man, I don't. I ain't saying all, but for most times I seen it, they encourage their daughters. Man, go get the finest dude in the school. You be prom queen. They say that.
And they're gonna get hurt every time.
But I wasn't the finest dude in the school, but I was damn your prom key. You know what I'm saying? Because it was, and I'm not saying I didn't think that. I'm just saying what the girls told me. I was black and ugly and shit. But I thought I was a fine motherfucker. But I went up to one girl. She was light skinned. She was fine as hell. She told me, you too black for me. I ain't never really cried about that type of shit. I just thought that was her preference. So I just got with her friends. Shit.
We men, KB, you know, we don't be worried about that. But women, man, it
I
be
wasn't no man yet. I was a little ass boy. That shit hurt. I was like, ooh, that was a gut punch. But I was taught that, hey, you know, we always overlook that. Oh, we men. Everybody, you don't just start off as no man. You came out your mama womb as a grown ass man. No, that shit hurt. You had to learn how to deal with it and negotiate your goddamn feelings. And I had to learn how to deal with that.
see,
Motherfuckers, some people don't like a dark motherfucker. That's it.
but KB,
She tell you,
oh, go ahead, man.
Oh, Styles, she hit me with it in front of everybody. You too black for me, and you too tall. I said, damn.
it hurt your feelings.
I'm
Yeah,
saying,
hey,
KB,
I had to take the walk of shame. I had to turn around, hold my head down. All the niggas was laughing and shit. But
What
it's
your
okay.
brother
I got a
said.
friend though.
but
My
KB,
brother
you
was laughing
say,
like a motherfucker. Hey, they laugh at us men when we get rejected. All the women get hugged and shit. It's okay. He's a
Right.
colorist little bastard.
Oh man, bro. I feel what you're saying, bro, because I feel like the same way when I went out, bro. I got so fucked up, bro. I was in the goddamn bar crying like a motherfucker. Girl
Man,
come up
how you
there,
gonna be in the
hey,
bar crying? Hey, how you gonna be in
hey,
the
I was
bar
in the,
crying in middle school and
hey,
high school? Come on
hey,
now.
I was in motion. I was in motion. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be
This
real. I
nigga
was in
trolling
motion.
now. Nigga, you wasn't in no high school in no damn bar. Nigga, you can't even go in the bar in high school.
yes, you can,
Oh
KB.
yeah,
I
yeah. But
went,
I'm just
I
saying, like
ain't
when
go
I
to
went out.
prom.
I'm just saying, like when I went out. 'Cause-
Y'all niggas could go to bars in high school.
Yes, KB. I went to the club on prom, man. I ain't go to no I ain't go to prom, nigga. I went to the club. My partners with who
Yeah,
I was with.
we went to the little teenage club, but goddamn, y'all niggas just hanging out at bar.
Man, we was up in that mug
You'd
with
be
40-year-olds.
surprised. Well,
Damn.
I was at prom. I'm just talking about like recently.
You talking about recently? So you getting rejected now and hurt and be hurt by it?
Yeah, sometimes, but
How old you is, brother?
28.
Man, you can't get rejected by a bitch. You're 28, nigga. You in the prime of your life. You shouldn't even be worried about no goddamn woman right now. You supposed to be focused on your bag. You
You
in
should be
Right.
worried
today's
about a
world,
woman. Worry about a
right?
woman.
No, I'm saying
I feel you though, Raymond.
no.
On
Don't.
God, I feel you.
What I'm saying is, if you worry about a woman and not your purpose, you gonna be sad like you is now. You
Right.
focus on
No,
your
you're right
purpose.
though.
Trust me, you focus on your purpose. A woman gonna see that you on your purpose, and a woman to come, you'll see the right type of woman in that way. You focus on a woman, you might run into all kind of scallywags. You don't focus on no woman. Focus on your purpose.
You're right, KB. That was my problem. So, like you said, once you get older,
That's why you sounding all sad right now. Oh yeah, I was going to trying to
nah,
go get a
Right.
woman.
I
I
was,
was at a
nah.
bar getting drunk.
That's a
That
new
shit
baby.
funny
You
as hell.
fucked up.
Hey, I was fucked up. It just hit me. Shit, I can't help that. I'll be
Where
honest.
Chris
Hey,
at?
well,
Chris hit the
you keep
panel.
on focusing on the woman, then.
Man, Raymond, it ain't no hope, Raymond. These girls out here thoughts, bro. Ain't no hope.
Yeah, yeah. It definitely ain't no hope for a real
Oh
man.
my God. Y'all sound just like Chris. Oh, I gotta go. Bye, y'all.
No, that's bullshit. There ain't no hope. You a damn lie. There ain't no hope. I'm saying you don't focus on no woman. That ain't your focus. Your focus is your purpose, and then you're gonna get a good woman. If you focus on a woman, like who told you that your focus as a man is supposed to be on a woman?
Oh, nobody. It was just me
Especially
being.
that's not your wife. Styles is speaking from a position of a wife. Now, yeah, if you get married, then yeah, you and your wife, that's the focus. Y'all family. And however you see fit, you focusing on girls you dating? What the fuck? That's not your wife.
No, it was just me being young and dumb. I ain't got to
Yeah.
understand. So that's all that is.
Styles is somebody's wife. So of course she's speaking from a position of a wife. There's nothing wrong with that. You saying you out here dating, right?
No, sir. Not right now.
Oh yeah, well you better focus on what the hell you got going on.
For sure. You're
Shit,
right, though.
it's easy. And if you need some sex, this girl's on Facebook Marketplace selling that thing $45, so you gonna always get some sex.
I
But
got too
we
much
talking about
integrity.
focus on your purpose.
Well,
I
see,
got
I
too
wouldn't
much
even
integrity,
recommend
man.
that,
I can't do
KB.
that.
Shit, man, you gonna have to get you a little bit. Shit, you gonna have to go down there. Shit, it was easy when they had back page, goddamn. You
Man,
know, you can
Raymond,
order up you want.
Raymond, stick to jacking off, Raymond. Fuck all that fucking these girls, bro. Because as soon as you do that, that's when you're gonna slip up. Just jack off. Fuck it.
Hell
Yeah,
no.
I need a
Then you gonna
smart
make the Lord.
abstinence.
Nah,
I'm gonna say
nah,
it in a
fuck
better
that.
way. Abstinence is the best. You're right.
Nah, you gonna make the Lord mad at me then. Hell no. I got problems with that now. Shit. I gotta get over that shit and quick.
No, hold on now. What the fuck did y'all just turn this conversation into? The hell wrong with y'all talking about? Hey, listen, man. I'm saying it in a better way than he said. Abstinence, my brother. Just abstinence. We don't want to hear about your other problems, motherfucker. Damn. $50 drop in effect. Who the hell got dropped? Salute KB, Mods, drop Chrissy O. My dear son, oh my dear son, RP, I'm sorry, I can't do fake folks. I will make them mad. Oh shit, Chrissy O.
uh,
Damn, I told you how they were looking at you, Chrissy. Damn, I had to get out that little left hand lane so I can goddamn see. I can't read no super chat while in that left lane. Get I hit the wall. So I had to get in the middle lane and put the cruise control on so I can read this shit. Salute to everybody on this day. Send a super chat. I appreciate you.
man, the
But
chat
yeah,
GPT.
Chrissy, she pissed off the whole goddamn crowd with that bullshit. Donald Trump a thug, but a nigga talking about putting pistols in the throat, catching pistol charges. Ain't no thug. Okay. And I wish they would stop lying about what this man said. Like that's how they gonna increase these clamp that they got on these young boys, man. I got sons in this world, and we ain't gonna be able to say nothing.
I
Like,
got a question,
damn, the
KB.
man was. Go ahead.
Why they so quick to throw the whole man away when they should be thinking about the policy? Just make
Man,
sense.
you know damn well why. First of all, he white and he rich. We hate that in America now.
Yeah.
And he heterosexual. And he's unapologetic. There's so many reasons why they throw the whole man away today. They don't want no confident, strong, heterosexual man that ain't saying my woman is everything and I just ain't shit. They don't want no man to say no, I'm the shit, and I'm gonna find me a woman that's equally the shit, and then we gonna become as one, and we gonna be the shit together. They want everybody to constantly fight. It's all about the verbiage. Oh, the man is the prize. Oh, the woman is the prize. They're both the prize. And the biggest prize of it all is if everybody know their role and shut their mouth and grow and build as a family. That's the prize. But if everybody sit up here and get caught up in who the prize all goddamn day, don't nobody go to work. How would you like your boss if he come in to work every day and say, I'm the CEO. I'm the boss of this shit. I'm the owner of this motherfucker. Come on, man, this shit is just stupid.
Come on now.
Like, ain't nobody gonna respect that shit. Just know what you are in the situation, and it is what it is. What's understood ain't gotta be said.
Now I got something that's really been bothering me, KB, with this whole Stephen A. With this whole Stephen A. Smith and shit. So I wanted to get your personal opinion on this because it's really been.
Oh damn, dog! All us got thrown down for 10 minutes, 10 seconds, except the car, man. Damn, I got thrown on my own goddamn show. So I got to drop all us down for 10 seconds. Takara is the Takara takeover, goddamn it. That's the Takara takeover. Nobody don't want us on the goddamn stage.
Oh no. Okay, well, since I'm taking over and nobody else wants nobody else on stage, I would rather the host is up here with me. I'm not a. Oh, here we are. Thank you. It's a delay on my end. Either way. like I said earlier, yes, we do like successful black men and women that's not in the streets when they portray themselves as successful, when they act successful, when they're not around here, making threats and stuff like that. We do appreciate that. We do appreciate that. I'm not a successful. I just had an opinion about the topic. No, I'd rather listen, but I did have an opinion about the topic. I stated my opinion, and it is what it is. Corporate thugs is one thing, and that is still street. If you're portraying yourself as street life or street behavior or idle threats and stuff like that, that's not successful. It can be successful depending on what you label it or who you are and how you look at it, or if you like the money and the things that come with it, then anybody can do that. But when you from the real street, you're not doing all this talking. You're not. You can know the difference. You know the difference. And yes, some women do. Like they said, try to put their girls on street dudes. And it's a movie sport in this life. It's all dangerous. That's not successful. The success story. You train your child up, you train your children up to how you want them to be, how they need to be. They're gonna get all type of stuff from the world. They're gonna get it from strangers. They're gonna get whatever. So you throw it at home, train them up to where they need to be, and then let them take their lessons wherever they go. And that's my take. Okay, come back to the East. And salute to the chat. Okay, Iroh Productions, Cutting Edge, Miss SJ, thank you. JMC Goat, Derry Hardaway, salute to you, Derry. Thank you, Billy B. Thank you all for respecting my opinion. Yeah, bro, free Kwame Brown. Keep going, no sir. I know, Chia. Thank you, Chia. I appreciate you all. It's a delay on my end, and I'm on two devices, so I'm trying. But I said what I had to say. It's a difference. And then I just wanted to say that because a lot of people think that these girls wanna get in the streets and these dudes wanna get in the streets and they glorify this life and stuff like that. And sometimes it's okay, but then um sometimes people are tricked like I was. I was tricked. And call it what you want to call it. You can be wrong or whatever. But if somebody lie to you and tell you they doing this thing and then you find out months and months later what's going on, then you like in the matrix. You sucked in. So then now you have to conform. Now you have to be what you are here to be. And the only way you cannot is by, the power of change. So yeah, it's a such thing as corporate thugs, and it's a such thing as street thugs, and it's a such thing as being excellent, and having a background and not doing it. It's all in your actions, like the young lady said. It's all in your actions speak louder than words. You know. Okay.
Hey, Takara. I came to help you out. Kinda. I'm gonna try. I still don't feel good, but what's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Hey,
Yeah.
SJ, thank you. I'm about to drop down with you because I have a delay on my side, so I really can't get into it. I have a delay. But salute to Miss Akimi and salute to SJ.
Salute to you and Happy New Year to everybody on the panel and in the chat. Kwame, even though he in the corner, along with these other folk that been out here talking about their male fallacies. Like we ain't on no family program. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm trolling y'all. I'm trolling.
Hey, Miss Akimi.
Hey SJ, what you got on the topic? I'm interested to hear your viewpoint.
Um, so I think that we as Black people, some of us, I won't say all of us, but We do not like when one of us becomes successful. For
Never.
example, I came from the projects, grew up with these people my whole childhood and everything. But I noticed once I start, getting my degrees and stuff, it turned into like who you think you are, and you still ain't better than me because we came from the same place. Although I never said that, I didn't give off those vibes because I know where I come from, and that's cool with me. But yeah, I think that there is definitely something that happens in some people where something clicks and it just becomes like jealousy all of a sudden. Um, so yes, that is a real thing. I don't know what was the topic about the thug stuff. I missed that part.
I kind of did too, but the word that comes to mind when you were speaking, I also find that it can, depending on the personalities and the relationship, it can become a competition as well, and that automatically, in my opinion, destroys the fabric of the family, of the unit, the core, because you can't be competitive against one another. You're not going to benefit the family as a unit, as a collective. And so it's like a dividing technique or a dividing tactic when the women were put in position to be able to acquire and to accumulate monetary wealth, which provided independence, as a result, to where, there are a lot of women that feel and have felt like once they get to that point, we don't need a man, and we don't need we don't need them in the household directly raising the children, because the mothers are supposed to be really kind of instrumental in nurturing and being the children's primary influence, while dad is out working and providing for the family, when that can't be further from the truth.
Hmm. I agree with that. Um, and I think for me, it was a struggle with trying to find balance between like my career and raising my son. Because I'm a single mom, but I graduated from that. I like to say I graduated because my son is now 19, so I'm done with um, some of that. But that was a real struggle with like trying to better our lives, but also being present. So that's a real thing.
A
And I,
huge challenge.
yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
And it's also, when you're dealing with children as a single mom, it breeds confusion amongst the children, because they're not old enough or developed enough to understand that there's an element missing, and how it takes years and decades sometimes to realize how much of an impact that has on their lives when they're grown, when they have a family or they start producing children, legacies and things of that nature. But when you're a single parent, male or female, mom or dad, and you are assuming and feel like you're being put in the position or selecting the position, because it can go both ways, of raising children on your own, it's only one of you.
Yes. I did not choose that, and I would not choose that. um, and that's
That part.
probably why I only had one child, because that was rough enough for me and him. Um, but yeah, I think I don't understand what it is about our community that um, when we see somebody doing better, we don't congratulate them. We don't ask, how did you do it? Or can you help me do it? Or I know I can do it because you did it and we came from the same place. Because I think if some people had that attitude, I would definitely help them. I would probably give all I got so that I could see them succeed, because I like to help people. But more often than not, the people really become jealous. Just like on here, somebody said I was a fake therapist, but that is far from the truth because I work very hard and I have 3 degrees, and I'm about to have 4. And then y'all gonna call me Dr. SJ
That part.
because, yes.
Part. Yes.
So it's just something in our community where when we can't do it, we just don't think nobody else should be able to do it.
It's hard for me to wrap my head around that the spirit of jealousy always has been, because I've always been so focused on me, my progression, and my evolution of me, that I don't have the energy, the desire, or the wherewithal to be so concerned about somebody else where I don't have any control over what they got going on anyway, even if I did care enough. And with me, it's just kind of hard for me to wrap my head around whether you translate it into being in a relationship with a significant other, siblings, friends, comrades, whatever that looks like for you. But to me, it's like if you absorb and focus your energy, like you said, SJ, you are that's what you have done. That's why you are accumulating your degrees. You're always providing vision for yourself, and then you implement the goals to obtain those visions. And once you obtain that goal, then you set another vision. When you take that energy and that's what you centralize it on, how in the world can you have enough energy to be jealous of other people? And that is such a demonic spirit, in my personal opinion, and it needs to be checked. But first you have to acknowledge that you even have a jealous spirit, or
Yes,
that you are
ma'am.
a jealous person.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's the thing, being introspective. That's hard for people to do. But I understand because, again, I came from the project. So when that's all you see, it's hard for some people to dream outside of that. So I get it. But again, we could have a whole panel just on jealousy and envy,
Yes.
because that is amazing to me too. And I think either you have it or you don't. And those of us who are not jealous or envious, we don't understand that. But I also think it's a choice. You make choices all day, every day. And it's a choice for you to hate on somebody. It's a choice for you to exert the energy to try to tear somebody down. All of that is a choice, and all of that takes energy. So it's really what you choose to fuel. So I just, like you said, I don't have time because I'm too busy doing productive things. I don't
Yes.
have time to like look at what anybody else is doing, but it's just not in me anyway. So
That
I don't understand it.
That's it. And when it's not in you, you're not going to be able to relate. But when it comes to the fabric of the family, when and how we kind of got on the topic of the jealousy, having that competitive spirit amongst one another, instead of fortifying it by bringing your gifts and your talents and your abilities to the family, and as a team, as a business. Miss Yo, shout out to Miss Yo, when she's always reiterating the fact that family is business. This is a mini corporation. This is how, if you run it as a business, you will yield the results of progression as the outcome of that business. And so you can't have everybody in the business competing with one another, because now you're infighting and there's no commonality in a bigger goal outside of the family unit. And we have to get back to actually feeling like family means something, instead of everybody fighting everybody. Everybody's mad at everybody. Everybody's hating on everybody. Don't nobody want to see nobody else be happy. Don't nobody value peace, whatever that looks like for them. We have to get back to the positive aspect, even if it is the less popular in the culture and the times that we living in. But it's the only way it's going to provoke any kind of positive change.
Mm-hmm.
So I
It,
see Kwame down here cutting up in the chat.
we
you,
definitely ignoring them
you
because
talking about that doctor going in the front of your name, and he done got busy.
uh, 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 no Kwame Brown.
I'm
He don't
telling
know
you.
how to act. He was just talking about people buying $45 stuff. That's what I call
What about little old me?
it.
Since when did 7 feet become little?
Oh Lord.
Child. Thank you, Vicky Lacey, for the super chat. Teach beautiful ladies. Appreciate you three. Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to everybody. That's within the sound of our voices. We just definitely want to take. I know probably gonna lose people looking because a lot of people be here for the beef and the BS. But I just want to take a hot second, and then I'm gonna bow out gracefully and just say that you know what, set some goals, focus on thyself, take care of what you need to take care of, do it one step at a time in bite-sized pieces so it doesn't seem so overwhelming if you have a
Hmm.
long list, and love on one another, love on yourself. It's okay to love on yourself because if you don't love on yourself, you're not going to have enough to go around to nobody else. And if you have children, prioritize your children. Once you have children, sacrifice becomes your middle name. We
Yes.
need to embrace that. You can't get around that. Having the ability to bring forth life, bring forth just as much responsibility. It's a lifetime assignment. You can't delegate that and put a time frame and time limit on that, thinking that just because when they turn 18, they don't need you no more. That's when they need you the most, in my
Yes, ma'am.
opinion, from when they were, little and dependent on you for everything. So this world is not a kind place. And as much as mothers tend to want to nurture and shelter our children, we have to really prepare them as much as we can. If we are single parents, if we are from a two-parent home, then let the man and allow the man the grace to be able to lead, because you trusted him enough to lay down with him, to marry him, and to share everything with him in that business, and to
Mm.
grow that business by bringing forth children. Trust them enough to lead the family. And with that, I'm gonna bow. I appreciate you, Miss SJ. And in a minute, I'm gonna be calling you something else. And I don't know if Takara's still up here, but salute to the panel, salute to the chat, salute to Kwame, and I'm out.
Okay. Kwame, come take your panel back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kimmy. Yes, I'm still here. Sorry, SJ. Thank you, Mr. Kimmy. Salute to you, Mr. Kimmy. Thank you too, SJ. Thank you, SJ. Thank you, Mr. Kimmy. Yes, I'm still here. Sorry, SJ. Thank you, Mr. Kimmy.
Oh, so y'all want me back now, huh?
We want you to take over your stuff because we don't get paid for this.
Hey, no, I forgot. I'm sorry, Miss Doctor.
Yes, sir. Yes. We don't get paid. You ain't paid my last two invoices, so
Oh, dang. Now, I was just giving y'all ladies the space because, I want people to know this is a safe space over here, especially for women. And we ain't heard none of y'all women throwing any F bombs at each other, B words at each other. So I thought it was a great time for us men to just stay out the way. So I stayed out the way.
no, that was nice. That was nice. But we ready to run now.
Okay. You know how slow we is. We hear enough of, oh, Candyman that hit the chat. Come on, Candyman, let's get ignorant, man. These ladies say they ready to run now. They done got the positive stuff out the way.
Yeah, come on,
Salute to you,
Candyman.
Takar.
All right, Kwame, I'm
But
going
no,
back
I
in the
like
chat.
what Takar was saying. I like what both of y'all was saying. Like a lot of the women wasn't honest. SJ, I appreciate you being honest with that because I have a lot of successful women friends, and a lot of them go through what you go through, especially if they don't talk like a certain way or if they don't dress or act a certain way. They feel like they get isolated or picked on, and so you know, I ain't saying every woman do that to each other, but a lot of women do that.
Yes, they do. And I always been different. So I don't care about who says what about. I really don't care about that because, yeah, it's kind of been that way for me too. But it's cool because I'm successful. I'm living. I'm doing what I need to do. So it's cool.
So how would you suggest you tell your kids that? Like, because I told my kids that too. Look, I've always been different. You can see it. It's noticeable with my height. But you're the same size as everybody else. But you just got to know, don't overreact. Everything gonna be all right. You know, just because you smart, you don't got to start trying to act ratchet to prove to them that you tough. Like, how do you convey that message without making them feel like you don't want them to stick up for themselves?
Well, I had to work with my son on that because again, I'm from where I'm from, but so it was a good lesson for me to come from like the projects and where I'm from because my life is a testimony. I came from that place, but I don't have to act like I'm from there. So he got to see me live that out because I was in school and stuff when he was old enough to understand. And he tried to fall into that trying to be street and trying to be hood and all that stuff. But yeah, we figured that out. So I guess the best lesson is experience. Whether they look at your life, hopefully you got stories to tell your own children. They might act like they're not listening, but you plant the seeds and then you just leave it alone. But they also got to go through some stuff themselves and figure out, like, oh, shoot, mom was right. So that's what I did with my son.
Man, now what would you do for a girl? Because if I had a son, my sons don't really try to do nothing street. The little girls is what I'm worried about because you know they can get wrapped up into some stuff easy. So how do you go about it when it's a female?
Well, I think with girls, they have to have an example of a woman. So, even with
Don't you
my
be talking about
clients,
their mama.
well, I'm just gonna say how it works around me because I counsel teenage girls. Like that's my favorite group of people to work with, actually. And I really don't have to say very much. All I have to do is like model it for them. So, like you mentioned, like the way people dress, they see me coming in like I'm dressed nicely, and it's not like I look old. I don't know how to explain it. Like I dress appropriately, but they still see that, oh, you don't have to be like naked to be like pretty, or you don't have to be naked to catch people's attention. So I think that if they have a good role model that knows how to carry herself well, like I know how to get my point across, but I don't have to cuss. I don't even really have to yell, but people tell me all the time, "Oh, I know when you mean what you say because you just got this certain way about yourself." So that all takes practice, but I think if they get a good role model, they just start to look and they start to pick up on things. They might not say a lot, but I think we as women, we kind of watch and look and learn in that way.
Those are some very good answers. I mean, you
Can I
might hurt
respond?
somebody's feelings. Yeah, go ahead. I go back on mute. Some very good answers. I mean,
Uh,
your mic is trash, Jakar.
I know it is. Can you all hear me? I
I
know
think,
it's
I
trash.
think you got to turn your YouTube off in the background. We hear ourselves playing in your background.
Can you still hear me now? Can you still hear it now?
No, you good now.
Oh, I was too close to the. Oh yeah, what I was saying to SJ because I have a daughter too, and she's right. You watch how you speak. You watch how you carry yourself. You watch how you dress. You watch what you do and say. You have to, I teach mine, beauty without brains is a no-go. You have to be book smart. You have to be common sense smart. You just have to carry yourself a certain way. You don't have to be, like SJ said, you don't have to be half naked, whatever she teaches the girls. You don't have to be half naked to do this. You don't have to be loud to do that. You don't have to, just stay in yourself is basically what I tell my daughter. Stay in yourself. Don't let these people trick you into thinking, you know, into glorifying things that shouldn't be glorified, if that makes sense. It's all personal. It all depends on how you're raised, how you're willing to raise, the people you carry yourself around, the people that what you want about. It's all in it. You don't have to, like SJ said, you don't have to be half naked. You don't have to talk loud. You don't have to put on this costume to be somebody you're not. Be yourself, and everything will come to you. It's simple as that. You start at home, train them up from home, and they're gonna get stuff from out of the world. They're gonna get other stuff. But then when you start at home and you sit down and talk to them, they so spoiled. Sit down and talk to them, make them understand. You don't have to fuss about it. You don't have to be mad about it. And then give them room to make their own mistakes too. Give them room to make their own mistakes. You don't, be so down on them about, oh, you did this, you did that. You give them room to make their own mistakes and say, hey, look, this is what you did. This is what you can do to change it. And this is what you can do in the future. And then share it with somebody else. And that's all I wanted to say, because I have a daughter, an 18-year-old daughter. Oh, they graduated at 16 years old, might I say. Despite all your mishaps, despite what you do, once you train your children up to what they need to be and keep your hands on your children and keep God or whatever you believe in on your children, then everything else will fall in place. I made the news while my kids were still in school. And guess what? Both of them graduated with diplomas early. So it's all in what you teach. It's all in what you have to give to your kids. Start at home. And that's my opinion. Thank you.
Salute to that. Go ahead, Mr. Keating.
Hey, Kwame, Happy New Year to you. I dropped off before you came back up, but I wanted to at least come back up and
Thank you. Thank you. Same
yeah,
to you. Same to you.
thank you. You know what? It's okay to dare to be different. I, you are set apart for a reason. If you embrace that, and along with that, let me just say this: you have to have the courage to get to know thyself. If you are different, because you will stand alone, you will stand apart, you will separate yourself, because that's how you were created. If you were meant to merge and gel with everybody, you'd have been born with everybody. You'd have the same parents, you'd have came from the same womb at the same time, right? But that's not how we're born. Even when you're a twin or a triplet and you do come from the same womb at the same time, you still have characteristics, fingerprints, and identifying characteristics that are going to separate you from anybody else on this earth. It is okay to dare to be different. I think we get lost in the sauce a lot of times when we try to fit in to blend, so we don't have to stand out, so we don't risk being ostracized, so that we don't risk having people push back, criticize us, pick on us, bully us, whatever the case might be. It takes courage to dare to be different. And if you are okay with that and you become okay with that as a girl daughter, I don't have daughters, but I was a daughter and I have been a daughter. And I had both of my parents in my life, and my dad was present until he took his last breath. And I was in his presence when that transpired. So from the womb to the tomb is how me and his relationship, along with my mother, went. But I will say this: he allowed me, just like the lady said, to make my own mistakes. He set the foundation, he planted the seeds, and then he released me to see how they would grow. And when I fell, I would seek him out, seek out his guidance, seek out his relationship, his love, his grace, along with God, of course. But I'm just saying, I always knew who to go back to. But you're going to have to make your own mistakes. You're going to have to make your own decisions. Absolutely. And so I think that that can be applied to male and female. So not just for daughters, but for sons as well. But that was all I wanted to add.
That's what I'm talking about. Well, I mean, I obviously don't. I'm not a woman, so I just know I recognize that story that Styles said. You know, I would be telling one of my daughters like, hey, you know, this outfit, this ain't what we doing. And I noticed that her mom would kind of encourage her to be an individual or call it or making it seem like that's what it was about. So it kind of caused a rift because she made her feel like I was doing something wrong. And like, you know, I think a family or parents should disagree behind the scenes. They shouldn't You shouldn't do that in front of the kids because from my understanding as a man, I have a different concept than a woman. And so that was my way of protecting my daughter by saying, no, I know what we're going to do and how we're going to envision that as boys or as men, so that I don't want some grown man looking at my young daughter. She's not ready for that type of attention. So that's a man's way of protecting his daughter. And you need that balance. So hopefully she can get a mentor or some shit because if it don't come from home based on what you guys are saying, you got to have another woman that can show them that in a different way. I guess that's what I got from it.
Yes. I didn't have that at home. A good example. And don't get me wrong, I done some stuff and I used to turn up a little bit and but it seems like there was always an example for me, like you said. Um, like my best friend, they had a mother and father in their home. They were married. They were successful. They had careers. I didn't have that. I didn't see that, but it always stuck with me. So, like I was saying earlier, I always used to watch. I might not have said very much, but like I would take note, like, oh, so they do this way. Oh, this is different. We don't do this at my house. And then I kind of work that into my life. So kids see, they might not say a lot, but they will see. They just need to maybe have a change in environment. That would probably help. But I gotta run. My client is here. I will see y'all later.
All right,
All
Mr.
right. Thank you
Yes,
for your time.
yes, have a good one. I just want to caveat off of what she was saying. um when my upbringing, it takes it, they always say, the elders just always say, it takes a village. And in my neighborhood, all of the neighbors knew each other. They knew each other's work schedules, so if the children had to be left at home by themselves for a particular amount of time, you would see some of the neighbors out doing yard work, making sure that their eyes and ears was peeled on, the watching it, the comings and goings of everything around. So it really does take a village, and it looks a little bit different, or a lot different nowadays. However, like when I've heard you speak of, and I think it's super important and imperative, especially when you're dealing with single, say just for instance, single moms with sons. They need to be around other male mentors or other grown men to have whether it's in sports, whether it's extracurricular activities, chess club, even if they're being homeschooled, get them into some type of sports, martial arts, something to help build their self-confidence, to get them out of the bubble and not feel so sheltered once they do have to go out into the real world. And then they're shell shocked because all that they had was the direction and the guidance of that single mom that's probably, at her wits end half of the time, because she's having to provide along with trying to raise. And I heard someone on your panel, I can't think of who it was, but he said something that really was profound, and it was bars. He said, no, it wasn't on, it was another content creator that I don't watch all the time, but he said that a lot of single parents only maintain and not raise their children. So to maintain them is to make sure that they have the basic necessities and the basic needs, the things to kind of keep them going, to keep them safe. But when it comes to raising them, it takes a lot more than that. But when you're a single parent, you're strained, or when you're not in a good relationship with the other parent to be able to co-parent successfully, Now it's like, again, you're bumping heads, the competitive edge or the belief system. Our elders, I used to think that it was a lot of mumbo jumbo when I used to hear my grandmother and my grandfather say, you need to be married into their families. You that which basically means you need to know the upbringing, the belief system, what is an alignment for you to be able to procreate and bring children under the umbrella of where you're cohesive enough to where you're not bumping heads in there. Therefore, it adversely affects your children, right? But when you are bumping heads and you don't know the foundational principles of where that other parent was raised from, and I know a lot of this is hindsight because the children are already here, but then we are still procreating every single day, and this may help somebody that it definitely, it may seem not as impulsive, and it may seem like, okay, well, ain't nobody got no time for that. Well, you better make time for it, because if you don't really take that precautionary measure, or at least know the person that you are bringing a life into this world with, then you're gonna pay the price for it later.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Well, I just wish we all could just be a little more honest about what goes on, and you know, some of it is systematic and some of it is self-inflicted. And if we can just chip away at the self-inflicted, and then we can deal with more of the systematic. But you know, that's my take on it. With the kids are going to make mistakes, but parents got to have a united front, whether y'all together or whether y'all not together. Because if you pour into your kids, and I think Dwight Howard said this too, and I've said it. I've told mothers, like, your sons can make you rich by the time they're 17 years old, 18 years old, especially with these NIL deals. So why not the two parents pour into that child? Dwight is athletic, you know, his baby mama is athletic. This kid obviously have these all these natural gifts. Pour into that kid, find out what that kid wants to do. It does nothing but pay dividends in the end, especially for the mom, because most of these young boys are going to take care of mama, and they won't even mention daddy. Like, I don't even think I ever seen a picture of LeBron James' father or Kevin Durant.
Kwame, let me ask you a question, and I'm interested to know your perspective on this. So, that's not going to be a large percentage, even though in theory it could be, but in reality, it really isn't, right? So, my question to you would be, as okay, so you're saying a lot of it's systematic, but some of it's self-inflicted. With the self-inflicted portion of it, what comes to mind at the top of the list, and how can we start doing that? Because we can't even begin to combat anything systematic if we don't address thyself first.
Yeah, because the foundations of these homes are so broken from the get go. I mean, these they're not even. I can't even say they're women. Like, some of these girls are so young now that's applying for housing. It's like, some of them are right out in middle school. They're getting pregnant. Some of them are getting pregnant in high school. I added to that. I had a baby my senior year, but a lot of these kids are getting younger and younger, having these kids, and they're going on straight onto a welfare system that they never get out of, and it wasn't designed to do that. And so a lot of times, these mothers haven't been able to experience life, so these kids are being raised while the mother is still, you know, experiencing and going through life, and is still trying to pursue degrees and things of that nature. Father is not there. He's a young boy, or either he's in jail, or either he's going off working. So this kid is not getting anything he or she needs from the actual parents. They might be getting it from daycare. They might be getting it from other siblings that's babysitting. But these kids are not getting mama's cooking, like I was talking about before. Like, and the reason why I say it takes sacrifice, because I know that you have to sacrifice in order to be around these kids. Like, for a mom, there's some mothers that cut their career short so that they can be home with their kids because they knew how important their presence were or was. And so
I am
that's what
one
it
of
takes.
those moms. I'm one of
Yeah,
those women.
that sacrifice is not happening no more.
It takes a lot, but again, and it just goes off of what you're saying. Now I want to say this: we do have moms out here that are. I think that a lot, I'm not saying it, that I know accurately the proportion of the ones that are not to the ones that are, but I don't want to overshadow the moms even against all odds. And again, it sounds like your response it's still systemic, right? So if you don't have the government paying willing to pay most of the rent, give food, I'm talking about the basic necessities, there's still, even though there's strings attached to it all and an agenda in place, in my personal opinion, it still starts from the system, because if we didn't have those resources available through an application, through the more children we have, the more help you would get, or at least it seems that way. Then where would that leave us? I agree with what Style said earlier. You know, everything has to come around full circle, and women aren't going to be in this position forever. And then what?
Well, then we got to get back to the responsibility of bringing that shame back and bringing respect back to the table. And the only way that you get respect back to the table is you call out some behaviors that's not so respectful. And so you call out their behaviors, because just because you're in the hood and in the projects don't mean that you don't sit your son or your daughter down and make sure they know how to read and make sure they know how to do their math and everything else. A lot of times people are just not trying. Like it's I understand that you might be from the hood. There's a lot of people from the hood, just like SJ's from the hood. Through those experiences of being from the hood, you can learn what not to do, or you can learn what to do. You can have an alcoholic parent. You can learn what not to do from the behaviors of that parent. But you still have a choice in the matter. And I think we got to get back to making better choices. And it starts with education and being that type of person, that type of parent that no matter the circumstance, you're going to teach your kids respect. You're going to teach them to work. We got a lot of teenagers that don't work. We got a lot of young people that have never had a job, but they still possess every Jordan and every nice outfit that you can think of, but they don't know how to work for it. So it's a lot of things when it comes to our communities. We so far behind. It's hard to just say it's one thing, but if it's going to be something that we better start with, it's responsibility, respect, and education. Because you could be an educated fool.
Say that again. Say that again. And you can be
Yeah,
educated in anything, but what are you educated in? Just because you're educated doesn't make you smart.
that's a fact. And we got, like I said, we got to get back. It's a lot of people making excuses about the hood, and sometimes the hood ain't all bad. Some of the best people in the world are from the hood. They didn't participate in the crimes. They had friends. They were friends of the people that was doing some of the rough stuff, but they didn't participate. And some of those people are the most balanced people. They know how dangerous it can get, so they avoid certain situations, and they know when you full of shit. Excuse my French. And some of those people are the best people. Those are the people you want to be around. You don't want to be around just arrogant, rich people that don't know real life from the both ends of the spectrum. And you don't want to be around people that over glorify being from the hood and making that seem like that's the best thing in the world. You want to be around people that know how to enjoy life, that's well rounded, that's well traveled. Those are the people that I want to be around.
And it's okay to want to expose your children to that while they're young, instead of waiting until you're an adult in order to feel what that's like. But then again, that's up to the parents, and it requires sacrifice. So parents, there is no easy way. There is no easy way. There is no foolproof way. You can give them the best and the most of everything from education to finances, and they'll still go left, all the way left. And then just like we look at Kwame. Kwame's not, none of us are perfect. He's not perfect. However, he didn't come from a perfect environment. He came and he showed that it can still be done. Whether people criticize him, whether they agree with his methods or not, doesn't, what it means is that it can still be done with the decisions that we make. Kwame made the decision that he did not want to go the route that his siblings were going, that his dad went. He did something different, but he had to be exposed and allowed to go around other people that were doing the very thing in the course that he wanted to go. And that's all I'm saying when it comes to our children. Even if you have to sacrifice what you feel you need from that relationship with your child, is it in the best interest, and does it serve your child in that best capacity? If not, it also means to sacrifice is to give up something that means something to you. So if your child would fare better in a different environment, even if it's just for a summer camp, or like, going to a martial arts or whatever it is, whatever their passion is, you also have to know your child enough to know what their gifts are, what their desires are, what their passions are, to help be able to nurture and facilitate a direction that they can go in and thrive in. These are things, once you have children, this is not about you anymore. That's the point that I want to drive home, because in order for our families to heal, come full circle, and be able to thrive, where we can become more self-sustained once again, you're not going to be able to skip that family step.
That's 100% right. And another thing, I want to say this to the parents, especially the ones that got talkative children, because I was that talkative kid that if they had iPads growing up, my mom would have got me two of them and probably never spoke to me. But thank God they didn't have iPads, because a lot of parents, they are so overworked and overwhelmed that when they have a talkative child like myself, we just need something to be interactive with. We need something that'll catch our mind. And sometimes with me talking, I needed something to keep my hands busy while I was talking. And so my mom, she would carve out an hour a day. Okay, she would take me with her to her friends, whatever they was doing, whether it be snapping peas, whether it be peeling collard greens, whatever they was doing, they'd talk to me. They'd let me show them my little toy or whatever I was imagining, whatever rocket ship I say I was going to build, whatever thing I was doing. They would sit and listen to all my stories and respond to them and just have conversations with me that I think help build a different type of character than just giving me an iPad or a video game for some adult to be trying to talk to me on the back end. Because that's what a lot of these kids are going through. A lot of these pedophiles are getting through your children through these video games. Because through these video games, all of your children are accessible on the World Wide Web. And you don't know who your child is talking to. This PlayStation could be you helping this kid being this breeding ground for SA trafficking, or whatever you want to call it, or just putting them in a vulnerable situation, and you thinking you're just buying them a PlayStation. So when you have children, hopefully you're set up in a position to where they don't miss something they never had. Even though they run the ads about the PlayStation and all that, trust me, I never missed the PlayStation, because my mom and them was giving me what I needed, which is that stimulation, that talking, and the fact that they would interact with some of the games that I was doing. They would show me some of the games they were doing. They would say, look, we ain't going to talk today. We need you to be my helper. And I used to think I was helping so that dang on much. Go run here, do this, grab that. We can't get this without you. So, it's things like that go longer than just getting them an iPad. And we got to be accountable on the way that we parent. A lot of these parents, they're just glorified babysitters. They don't teach their kids anything. They don't interact. They don't play. They don't do anything but buy gifts, put them new clothes on, and drop them off at school. And that's not teaching them anything.
That's maintaining them, not raising them. And children need stimulation. That's what it sounds like you were speaking of, when you were saying that you were talkative, and trying to make the point that if parents have talkative children, don't misconstrue it as it is a gift. It is a gift. That means you're inquisitive. That means you're trying to learn it, and your brain is a sponge. So it is our responsibility to stimulate you in the right areas as parents, and not to rely on the rest of the world that don't care nothing about you, don't give a damn about you, unless you can serve a specific purpose for them to stimulate you. And especially, it becomes even 100 times more dangerous when you don't even know it's happening.
And you won't know what's happening. These kids got these little back chats and all this little stuff. You know, it'll be a grown man talking to your little son, or and that's what people don't understand. These boys are being attacked, if not on the
Yep.
same level, but right up there with the young ladies because they have access to them. They know these boys don't have fathers around. They know, most of them are starting to be a little more, introverted, and that they're more easily manipulated in that way.
Yes. Yes. Well, I don't want to wear out my welcome. I always
That'll
love
never
coming.
happen, Miss Akimi. Don't you worry about that. That'll never happen.
Okay. I could go on and on because it's my passion. Family is my passion. Children are my passion. Our community is my passion. I get emotional when I speak on it more often than not because I was raised in a cohesive family, as small as it was in hindsight. It was still mine, it was still cohesive, and it still benefited me to the point where, of course, I'm still realizing things years later. Every day I'm in my 50s and I'm still realizing that, you know what, now I know what they were talking about. Now I get what the old heads was trying to teach me. Now I understand the correction and not looking at it as being disrespectful. It was actually a form of love, and the fact that somebody gave enough a damn about me to say, you know what, that don't look good on you, you shouldn't be doing that. That's not what you were put here for. Correct that. That you ain't cute doing that. Your mouth is foul. You need to correct that. You need to do something different to yield different results. And not only did they, a lot of them, give me that correction, but they offered me solutions in succession with the correction. And they would say, well, try this or try that. And you know what I also loved about my upbringing too is that parents were not afraid to communicate with each other. It was like, now you can't talk to nobody about their kids. They be ready to,
Man,
man,
ooh, you better not, hey,
it's
you
a
better not say that
war.
about nobody, kid. And that's the thing. Like back in the day, a woman would see me doing something wrong. I know your mama, and that would stop me from doing whatever I did because I know she could go tell my mama. If a woman see a kid doing something wrong now, she gonna put her head down and walk away because these little kids might hit her with a stick or something. These little kids
Yes.
are wild.
Yes, I have seen moms with their daughters that they'll go, because I used to always be in my, especially my youngest son was in school, and I was going through, some health issues or whatever, but I would go into the classroom and I would be the teacher's aide or whatever, and I would see like a couple of little girls cut up in the classroom. They get put out till the mama comes. The mom got to get off from work. She comes into the office. I have seen them walk into the classroom and want to throw hands with the teacher without even hearing what their side of the story was. And then the daughters are observing this behavior. So what do you think you're going to get on the back end? I just don't understand.
I don't know. I don't know where that sense of pride came from to where you think everybody's lying on your child, but you got to know what you're, like you say, you got to know what your child is capable of. And if they're mouthy off at home with you, even if your kid is not mouthy at home with you, sometimes these kids are sneaky. They'll go to
Yeah.
school and act like all the kids that they're hanging around. So unbeknownst to you, little EJ done turned into little OG EJ. And you might not even know it. But you got to be open to the behavior and not that somebody's dissing your child or disrespecting your parenting skills. It could be your son is not abiding by your parenting, and you may not know about it.
Very true. But that's why when you don't have communication with your child's environment, so if your child is at school, if they go to a public school, charter, magnet, or whatever it looks like, and they're there 8, 9, 10 hours a day, if they're in sports, and you don't even you've never had a conversation with their teachers, you never attended a parent teacher conference, you don't ask to sit in the back of the class maybe the first week of school just to see if maybe that's a good connection. Are they going to be learning? It's an investment. So even though somebody else is teaching your children or your child, it is our responsibilities as parents to make sure that they are in the correct environment to thrive and to learn what what they're capable of learning in that environment. We can't just where did we get to the point where we okay with strangers having so much influence over our children? By the time the children get home, we don't know who we talking to. We don't know who
That's
they
what I'm trying to
see.
figure out.
We don't know who
Right.
who we sleeping in the next bedroom with. We don't know. I mean, and then of course these children rely on us for so much. We just don't. We're living with strangers, and then these children they're having a void because it's their natural inclination to want that bond that they're getting with other people that don't give a shit about them, from the people that gave them life, that live life with them. It just doesn't make sense to me, and that's where my emotion comes from, is because we are out of order.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And we as parents, we got to stop doing things for our kids because of our past trauma. Like, yeah, when I was a younger parent, I'd try to buy my kids everything, anything, because I didn't have it. And because I felt like I didn't want them to go without when I'm really just making them spoiled as hell. That ain't them going without. That's teaching them how not to work for stuff. And so I learned, based on through some of the things they started saying and how they were acting, that wait a minute, I can't just give them everything. I got to get them to learn to work for it. Otherwise, how are they going to know my struggle and where I came from? So I'm not going to trauma parent you. I'm going to parent you for real. I'm going to parent you the way that I was parented. You got to learn how to earn it. And then whatever I have for you is a bonus, but you got to learn how to earn it. Don't just sit back and watch me. You gotta go out here and learn how to get it. And then now we all young bosses instead of you learning how to be a vagabond like most of these young people.
That's
We
when
had
the
chores, we had responsibilities to do. We learned how to work. My mama didn't make it feel like you this $100 million baby or what. No, 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 no. You can still do that even with money. It's all a mindset.
that part, Kwame, that part. And you know what? There are so many moments that my dad used to say, "Thank me later. Thank me later." I Man, it reverberates in my head, and that's why we have to get back to not trying. Like you said, my tax returns, they never look like yours, but I still spoiled my children too, and got a similar outcome, to the point where they had to unlearn, or my oldest one had to unlearn and relearn how to go out there and get it himself, and to actually, he would have different appreciation and more of appreciation, and then it would have a trickle down effect, that whatever skills, whatever talents he utilized, he would bring those to the family unit to build the business of family. And so it benefits us all the way around if you look at it with what Kwame said, the mindset. It's the mindset. And now it's like, if you don't spoil your children, a lot of people look at it as a form of child abuse, for you to correct your children, for you to say, you know what, I know I can buy that for you, but I'm not. If that's something that you really want, you'll appreciate it more and you will value it more if you find a way to get it yourself. And this is what mom and dad can teach you, by strengthening your skills, utilizing them, learning some business sense so you can convert that into monetary compensation, and then everybody will win. So something, because the natural order of things is the parents gonna leave up or should be leaving up out of here before the kids. And guess what you gonna do when mama and daddy gone?
Right. That's why I always let my kids see me opening up businesses and starting businesses. They see me go from playing basketball and working a job and or playing a sport. And then they also see me now owning property and going to a daycare that I own and just things like that. And hopefully they can appreciate the value of ownership. It ain't all about just the glitz and glamour of it all. It's all about being bosses because when I went to a gun show one day, I saw this man. He had 3 kids. He had his daughter selling something at the gun show that she made herself. He had the son can sell you a gun faster than the daddy. I'm like, how did these kids learn this stuff? The skills that they learn, they're learning it from their parents. Like we thought that is like everybody that was around. I had like 4 people with me. It was like, man, this young boy is so impressive. He's ahead of his time. This is an 8-year-old kid selling grown men's guns, knowing everything about a gun, knowing everything about the knife that his father knows. And I'm like, dang. And this is just all because of the repetition of being around his parents, being
Say it
around
again.
entrepreneurs.
Say
Yeah,
it.
so it's all about what we bring to the table for our children. And it don't matter if it's young, it don't matter if you're older. If you dedicate your time and your energy to something, a good result is going to happen. Now, is that 100% of the time? No, but it'll be better than not trying at all. I can tell you that. The percentages when both of y'all are pouring into those children are way better than when you're not.
Train a child in the way they should go, and when they get old they will not depart from it. And you just answered your own, even though I know it was a hypothetical or rhetorical question. You said, well, how did those kids learn? That was because that was the environment that the parents made conducive, and that they chose to raise their children and not maintain their children. They chose to instill those values in them. I think it's a shame, and I had to check myself on this, because when I sit down and journal, I do, but I have to journal in order to realize, okay, well, I do possess, this is a gift, or this is a talent, or this is a capability that I have. But at the end of the day, if I have children and I don't pour in those same techniques or those same abilities into my children, or at least expose it to them so they can make their own decision on if it's something they want to implement into their own journey or not, then what good is it going to do me? What good is it going to serve me that when I take my last breath, it's going to go right along with me, and it's not going to live as I pass on. So we have to, you invest in your children, whatever that looks like for you, whatever, even if, like Kwame said, you have to heal from childhood traumas. Everybody has childhood traumas. Nobody's childhood is perfect. I don't care what kind of upbringing you've had. We have all seen something or been through something or things that we have had to heal from or have to heal from. And some of those things take a lifetime, but you can change what you acknowledge. Once you acknowledge it, then you can find some solutions in order to facilitate that healing. And then that way, your children will be in a healthier environment. I know that everybody doesn't have children, but everybody is connected to somebody's child, whether you're an aunt, you're an uncle, you're a grandparent, by not, and it's not blood, whether you're a mentor, you're an educator, whatever it is, you're going to come across somebody's child that you're going to take a liking to if it's not your own. And what can you pass and pour into those children? Because to me, that is the ideal purpose of us being here, is whatever gifts have been instilled or passed along to us, it becomes a responsibility to release it to somebody else. And that's all I wanted to say on that. But let me just do a quick shout out to Robert Marbury. Thank you for the affirmation, and we appreciate the super chat.
Salute to you. Who is that? He said he's my computer guy in Vegas or your computer guy in Vegas?
Oh, it can't be. Oh, it is Tommy. It's mine. Hey, Robert. Ah, it took me a minute. Okay, yeah. Hello, Tommy. What's going on, Tommy? Boy, I tell you, this is a small world.
Yeah, because I was like, a computer guy in Vegas.
My, yeah, definitely. Good guy. Shout out to you. Let me tell you. See, I'm telling you, boy, you hit these panels, people I know that person. Oh, ooh, okay.
There's definitely a small world. You don't never know who looking at these channels, boy.
Yeah. But I got a lot of people that definitely follow you. Most of them do it from the bushes, and I don't have to explain why. However,
Facts.
definitely definitely a lot of people are acclimated to just your rawness, your authenticity, your you know what I love about you, Kwame? I really appreciate, and I think I can speak for a lot of people, others in the same light, that you don't come off being like you perfect or like you got it all together. You bring the good with the bad, but in every conversation and every time that you hit that live, you can bank that you're going to drop some gems, some life lessons, something that you can take away from the conversation and actually apply certain principles to your own life if that's what you choose to do. And it just, it's the world that we're living in, so it's no surprise that people will try to weaponize, your transparency or aspects of your life, and blemish it and besmirch it. But those people, you can, it's the mindset. And you still, no matter what adversity comes your way, you have been we're going on we're at year 5. I started out in the bushes, but I'm day 1 all day, right? And I remember you have been this way from the very, very beginning. This is who you are. And if nobody can say that they respect you in certain aspects, that is one I just want to give you your flowers on. And we appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you for that, but a lot of the people that try to throw so much judgment and try to act so perfect, those are the fakest mother truckers in the world. And some of the people that I've been around that everybody like, and that some of them have had the title of bishop, some of them had the title of doctor. Some of those people are the worst people in the world behind the scenes. And I don't want to pretend perfect like these fake celebrities, like their life is so perfect because they got money. Money does not make your life perfect. You can get $20 million tomorrow, and I guarantee you, if you don't have balance, if you don't have purpose, and if you don't have a reason to move forward, money is probably going to be your grave. Because trust me, it does not build the character. It does not do anything but make you a bigger whatever you already are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I knew that most black males are trying to sneak through this world because they don't want to get labeled a deadbeat. And I'm saying I learned a long time ago, it's a privilege to have a father. And I already made a mistake by not following God's order when it was time to have my children in the first place. So you can't do imperfect things expecting a perfect result. And it's the sins of the father. Me and my baby mothers are gonna have to realize, pointing the finger at each other, that ain't gonna help anything. We both should have followed that good book and married before we carried from the word go, and then a lot of these things wouldn't even been in place. But there's a lot of healing that's gonna have to be done. I understand if I was in my kid's shoes, I would side with my mother too. If that's what she would have said to me, if she would have made my daddy sound like a bad guy to me, then I would have thought he was a bad guy. And my dad was a bad guy, but my mama never told me that. And so it's all about upbringing, and it's all about perspective.
And speaking on that real quick, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but let me just say this. Um, I have been a single mom at some point to both of my children. And let me just say this with you, to the ladies, to the mothers out there. It is a shame and a crime. I don't care what kind of issues you and that father of that child or those children have, but it is a disservice to our children for, unless those children find out on their own accord, because once they keep living and they get older, the truth will be revealed to them without you having to say a word. But it is not your place to form or to be such an impression upon your child to have them form an opinion, a negative opinion, to where it doesn't even give that relationship between that parent, that father, and that child a chance in hell to form in the right way or in an authentic way between those two individuals. It is not our place to help our children form opinions about, because our relationships are different than our children's relationship with that father of that child. God put it in that order and in that sequence for a specific reason, and it is look at how catastrophic of a component where our community is so broken that it starts in relationships. And if it starts off with a child and a parent and it's broken from the jump, every relationship that child has is going to seem normally broken. It is not our place as women to depict and to determine what type of relationship that child or those children should be having with the parent, the other parent. Get your nose out they business. Whatever you and that parent have going on, like Kwame said, deal with that shit behind the scenes. Don't bring that to the world, and don't bring that to your child's eye gates, ear gates, and presence, and have them form an opinion without being fairly in a position to form it on their own based off of the merit of that particular parent. How selfish, and how detrimental generationally that is. And I would never and have never, I don't care what I have gone through, and I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm telling you, my sons are who they are largely because I made the decision that whatever relationship they formed with their dad was their relationship. Those kids didn't ask to be brought here, and neither did they select their parents. It is our responsibilities as mom. I don't care what kind of bad hand you felt you've been dealt, what kind of bad decisions you may have selected in a mate in order to procreate with. Live with that shit. It is not fair to form a child's opinion about that non-present parent. It's not your place. It's not your place. That's all I want to say.
It damn sure ain't. And to piggyback off your story, I remember when my eldest son, and it's because of Tyrese Thomas. He ain't really look at what I was doing as no big deal. But Tyrese Thomas was a teammate of mine in the Charlotte Bobcats, and he saw me and my son working out in the Bobcats arena. And you know what? That to me is what I always wanted to show my kids. Like, dude, you can come around these NBA players and have a great time. So I would always argue with them about getting my kids in the summertime, because it's like, this is the time where they need to be with me for sure, because I got to work so much. But sometimes they would even try to take that away. But I had one baby mama, she was so bloodthirsty for money. I used to have it recorded. I used to be like, look, man, I'll give you an extra $2,000. Bring my son. And whatever trip she had planned, whatever, as soon as I mentioned the extra $2,000, I recorded myself handing her the money one day. And then my mentor was like, look, man, just delete it. It's gonna hurt your son later on. Don't embarrass his mama like that. And I'm like, well, he need to know that she just look at him as a check. Like, don't you think he need to know this one day? And he was like, nah, just don't make her look that bad. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? She making herself look like this, that she always fake trips and all this. But I say that to say, One day that Tyrus Thomas came and saw me working this young boy out after I gave her the extra money on top of the child support I was already getting. He seen me working my son out, came over and like put him through drills, dapped him up, like man, this is a great thing. You can come here anytime. Anytime you see me, you can come work out with us. And man, he went home talking about that thing the rest of the summer. That's what he was talking about. And
Yeah.
so it pissed his mama off. Like, oh, you trying to steal all the hard work my husband put in, and he the real basketball coach. You just the sometime coach. I'm like, what in the fuck? I'm like, I say that ain't have nothing to do with nothing. I said I was just working him out in the gym. He's just excited about being around other NBA players. Sometimes it don't come from daddy. Sometimes it come from everybody that's around daddy. And if that's who helped inspire them, that's cool. But why would you make it I'm trying to steal something all of a sudden? Like that was weird to me.
Yeah, and the good part about that is that that was great advice, and that nobody could blame you because, like I said, the truth is gonna come out, but it don't have to necessarily come from you, and especially maybe not in that point in time, because when they're younger, they don't have the enough life behind them to be able to process that from a rational or a logical standpoint. They just don't
I
have
was gonna,
enough.
I was gonna hold it to you about 15. He was already 11 at the time. I just needed a couple more years with the recording. That's it.
Man, with tangled webs we weave. Woo, child.
But I didn't even worry about giving her the extra money. I just wanted my son to know because I knew what type of trifling situation it was. I just wanted him to know that this is how she actually thought. But that I just was more hurt by the fact that she wanted to take away time from me with him, trying to pit me against the husband, saying that you're trying to steal the shine or steal. I'm like, this ain't about no motherfucking shine for me. This is about him getting everything out of my situation that he could possibly benefit from. I just don't know why it had to turn into drama.
Well, when it come to family stuff, I could speak on it, but I don't, because it's pretty much kind of standard all across the board. There's only a handful of reasons why parents would do that at the detriment of their child's well-being. But you said it from the beginning, it seemed to be more of a financial benefit than anything else. So that's going to lead naturally with the process of that child growing up and the decisions that are associated that the mom will make on behalf of that child or whatnot. So it's just, the truth will be revealed whether it come from you or whether it does not.
Yeah, I know that. I just thought that was corny though. All this, you trying to steal the shine. It's about raising this kid. Only as long as that kid is successful, we all share in the shine. It ain't no you the person or me the person. We all share in the shine of somebody that we all poured into. I just thought it was whack.
It is. It's sad. And you know what? It doesn't it hit them emotionally for the very moment, but let it be known that people do have regrets when they grow older, whether they voice them or not. So decisions, because there are decisions, particularly like with my oldest son, that sometimes, of course, we all have. There's sometimes I sit back, I say, you know what? If I could go back and do that differently, I sure would. Or if I had the wisdom back then that I have now, I would have went a totally different route with certain things. So, we're human. And as long as we're human, things are going to eat at us because we're imperfect and we make poor decisions from time to time. But I'm telling you, it's something about being a mom. At least for me, I can speak for me, because every mother doesn't have that maternal instinct or bond with their children. And I just have to be real enough to say that we don't. Women have children for different reasons. But I can speak from my story that, to me, it's been the most challenging, the most difficult job or responsibility that I've ever had to face. But because I am my own most critical critic or worst critic, I'm always trying to figure out what can I do different? How can I improve? What did but in order to do that, you got to realize where you went wrong. What provoked you to make that decision that you wouldn't make now? What did you heal from that? You know what I'm saying? So as a mom, there's a certain level of guilt and regret that can go into it if you're just, especially when you go into it having children for a reason outside of the maternal bond or wanting to continue life after you're here and live through that child or whatever the case may be. If you're just having it for superficial reasons or you're not thinking it through and it's just beneficial for you at the moment, that's going to be a whole nother internal beef that you're going to have to deal with later on in life that ain't nobody else going to be able to do nothing about, ain't nobody else going to have no control over, and it's going to be too late at that point.
Well, it sounds like it's a lot of good women out there, but it's a lot of women that use their kids as like a little, like a paycheck, but also as a pawn to control a man. So, in my opinion, until they give men that want to be in their child's life equal opportunity to spend time, nurture, and raise that kid without having to spend so much money to do so, because a woman don't have to spend so much money to be a mother. I thought it was a calling from God for parents when they procreate, that it's just that's their responsibility. But until they change the laws where it's a little more balanced, a lot of these kids are going to stay in disarray because I don't believe, matter of fact, I'm almost 100% that this representation that men don't want to see their children is 100% cap. Most of these men want to be in their kids' life. They don't want to deal with the drama of what it takes to be around the baby mama. Look at the story with Sharif. There's a lot of situations like that. They don't mind going to take their kid down to the jailhouse to go pose with a nigga that's doing time in a brown outfit. But a guy who's successful, out here dating other women, out here that's visible, out here that's, and I think his name's Safari, not Sharif, but a guy that's visible, still successful, and still going to be out here with women, some of these women are not mature enough to handle it, just like some of these men are not mature enough to handle it when women move on, but they're not the ones that's the responsible party for the children. So they gotta either figure out to give the kid to the more mature parent that don't mind the visitation rights, or they're gonna have to just make it to where the courts are gonna have to say the kid is gonna spend 3 weeks with you, month with you. Something got to give. If you're in the same hometown, then the kid can stay at the house with the mom for a week, the dad for a week, something. But you cannot have a kid not wait from the parent like that, or either every night the father should be able to come eat dinner with the kid or see the
Yes,
kid every day. It got to
yes,
be something.
yes.
Something got to change for these kids not to feel the way that they are feeling.
And look at the systemic aspect of what you just said, too, right? So I remember one of my very first gifts that my parents gave me, 5 or 6 years old, was a baby doll. We're taught as females before our bodies even develop, that we're supposed to be mothers, that we're supposed to have a connection, or that is supposed to be our primary focus is children. You get the boy children get toys and tonkas and things that they can fix, things that are associated with masculine energy. We get baby dolls. So there's already, in my opinion, a disadvantage when you have 11, 12, 13-year olds getting their menstruation, right? And they're capable of bearing children, but they, like you said, they haven't been invested in, they haven't been taught. Nobody's, giving them the conversations about the birds and the bees and how children are formed. And then you have a lot of these young girls having children, whether they can't afford to terminate the pregnancy, whether they don't believe in it. Somehow the child gets here and there's already a disconnect. But this is
Yeah, that's a.
systemically,
Go ahead,
this
my bad.
No, I that was me. Systemically, though, I just wanted to add this is that this is how they catch us when we're kids. That's why it's so important and imperative for parents to be a part of their children's life and to be in their kids' business. I frustrate my particularly because my oldest one is grown, but my youngest one, he's at that age where they don't want to be told nothing, and I'm in his business. I'll be like, let me see your phone. I do sporadic checks. I'll catch him off guard with a question that he didn't see coming. So I can get a raw and authentic reaction and then read it from there and then go from there. It's like, okay, well, where you going? No, you can't leave this house until I know the parents of where you're going. We have connected, we have each other's contact information. If you're playing a game, I'm touching in and I'm sitting down and I'm watching for a few minutes until I go on about my business and about my day, right? So it's just one of those things where we have to be parents. We have to. It's okay to be in your kids' business. I don't care if they feel like you're being invasive. They don't have enough wherewithal about themselves to understand that that is a form of protection and that we are parents for a reason. But that was all I wanted to add, Kwame.
No, like once you lay that law down, and it come from the mothers. Like when my baby mama say something, it's received way better than when I say something, and that's just that nurturing aspect. So if you get a woman to actually, buy into what you're saying, the guys that have it like that, y'all need to keep it like that. If y'all a team and she's instilling in those kids the same thing that you want instilled in your kids, then that's a great thing because that's what co-parenting truly is. Not what the state tell you it is. Picking up and dropping off your kid every other weekend. That ain't co-parenting. That's some made up shit where relationships don't work. So co-parenting is I can call you, hey, I want to take my daughter to get something to eat. I want to go buy her something at the mall. Let me pick her up and I'll drop her off at 8:30. That's co-parenting. You don't need the state in your business to co-parent.
Facts. That's facts. Because the mamas ain't gonna do that for you.
Yeah, that's whack. I know some dudes that, and it seemed like the bar is set for guys that they know can't do much for their kids. Those are the ones that it seem like the women be begging to be around the kids, but the dad that can actually do for the kid and do right by the kid, they got beef with that kid. They got smoke. It don't matter. It just seems like it's backwards.
I saw this video the other day and it blew my mind. There was a girl and a guy in a relationship. She had a child from an ex. The current boyfriend that had the child that was with her child was not the biological father, took him on a camping trip. They came back early from the camping trip. She's in the bed with the baby daddy. They don't do nothing for that child, right? So the current boyfriend is living in the home, raising the stepchild as his own, taking him on a camping trip. They cut the trip short for whatever reason, come to the house, and the biological father of that child was in the bed. And let me tell you, that smug attitude. And then she conducted herself as if she was offended, like she was offended that he came back early, not being grateful that somebody would even take on the responsibility of another man's child and embrace them, raise them, invest in them, take time with them, give them some of the best of who they are. But then you turn around and you come home early, and then she got mad because he done disrupted whatever they had going on. But the baby daddy is your ex. I thought to myself, this is wild. This is absolutely wild. But let me tell you something, that she not gonna be blessed in no capacity moving like that. And that child, she'd be fortunate if that child don't grow up to hate her guts. And I'm just gonna say it like that. Hey, beautiful one. Salute to the chat. Salute to the chat. I don't know if Kwame, I know he got dropped down. I see his avatar, but I'm not sure if he's on the line or not, or just on mute. But I hope everybody is having a great new start to the new year. Beautiful one. What? See, I can't do all of that extra. I wish we had these little thing. But yes, salute, salute, salute. Okay, you
Can
back,
you hear me
Kwame?
now? Can you
Yes,
hear me now?
yes.
Yeah, I'm back now.
So I don't know. You got dropped down. I don't know what you heard, but I just what you just said really kind of triggered that video that I saw. You know, sometimes videos be a play and all that, but that seemed real. And if it wasn't real and it was a play, it has happened somewhere a lot more often than we think. I think he might be in a area.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah, I got a few calls back to back to back. My bad.
you
Then I
good.
got dropped down trying to get my sound together. So I heard a portion of what you said, but I
No,
got dropped down twice.
I was just saying that there was a girl with a son, and then she had a current boyfriend that wasn't the son's biological father. The
Uh-huh.
stepdaddy took the child on a camping trip. While they were on the camping trip, he cut the trip short. Came back to the house. She was in the bed with the baby daddy in her house. Okay. He recorded it. So now he's in his feelings. The child, I'm sure, is somewhere around in eye shot or earshot of everything that's going on. But the baby daddy was trying to get dressed. But the attitude that he had was so smug and so detached, and he was like, here I am taking your son camping, I come back and this is what I find. And then he goes to hold the girlfriend accountable, the baby the son's mom accountable, and she was pissed off because they were interrupted, and of course she had to have been embarrassed, but I don't even know if that was a possibility for her to even be able to go that route. But it's like, so here this guy was taking out the baby daddy's son camping and trying to invest in a child that's not his, and here she is, doing her thing. I'm sure there's more to the story and all of that, but it just kind of triggered that thought when you were talking about the relationships with the parents and the kids and the co-parenting and the lack of co-parenting.
A lot of them are like that, and the moment you cut it off in that way, it seemed like they caused problems with you. Like it would be no problem if that's what I wanted to do with my baby mamas, but that's not what I want to do. So, and it seems like it make it worse when that's not what you want to do. They seem to always want to have you somewhere in the shadows. Well, oh shit, we got Mel back up here, Mr. Angry Man. Oh Lord.
I am emotionally triggered. You triggered my
I'm on mute.
PTSD.
We need a safe space for Mel. We need a safe space for Mel.
Woman, I'm gonna file an EEOC on you. You are disrupting a black businessman, and you have just messed up all the good things that's about me. But no, but hey, in all seriousness, so I don't want to show how messy my garage is, but I've been working for the last 3 hours, really just intricately cleaning like my garage, setting it up for different stuff, and I came across all of the papers
Nice.
for 12 years. Yeah, bro. Look, man, I even saved my truck tires because I said I'm gonna try to use that to work out with. We'll see. But I came across all the papers that I had to file amendment after amendment after amendment after amendment after amendment after amendment with my child's mother, over things that we
That Paul said a lot. Free Mel, free Mel.
free me, and we good, we're gonna be what we are, but at the same time my heart breaks for a lot of young men who go through that struggle, because you're not fighting against the baby mama, you're fighting against the system. you're
That part.
you're fighting against a system that was designed to put you in exactly, IB, you have to file complaints on the judges, and I had to do all of that. So it was just really interesting to hear y'all guys talk about this. And the only thing I wanted to come up and say was, I know I was joking about it, but I know Miss Kimmy, you shared that story about that man walking in and finding the baby daddy still knocking it down after these years. My problem is this: that superhero stepdaddy probably was one of the same main people in this woman's ear saying, "Oh, well, since his daddy's not around, I'll go take him. Uh, I'll go take him, and I'll be his daddy for him." When he already had a daddy. Some of these men will go in and they have their own kids that they don't take care of, but then they will go in and they will try to take care of somebody else's kids because they want to be a hero in the eyes of the baby mama, not knowing they caused the problems in that man and his child's relationship because it gave that baby mama a way out. Men, when we break off our relationships, we want to be left alone and we focus on what we got to do. Women, for some strange reason, seem like they always want to find a replacement for the daddy, and I never understood that. So I just, Kwame, you fucked up my day. So,
Hey, bro,
but
I'm not the one who said the story, by the way. I'm just saying.
yeah, Mr. Kimi, when you said that story, I bust out laughing because I said that's what his ass get. Because he probably because
Okay,
he's
so
sitting up
let's
in
talk
there.
about that for a second. Why? Why is that so he should not be, he should have saw it coming or what?
No, because he sit there and took little Billy camping, and he was trying to bond with little Billy, and I don't know why he felt like he needed to bond with little Billy when Billy already got a daddy. If Billy needs to go camping, he should have said to Billy's daddy, "Hey, your son's been asking about going camping. Hey, maybe that's something you guys ought to do." Instead, he wanted to feel like he had to step in that role, and then he gets surprised that this man and his baby mama still getting it on. So free little Billy, but little Billy should not have been going camping with the stepdaddy trying to be a hero. The stepdaddy should have been like to the baby mama, "Hey, your son needs to go camping with his daddy, and I ain't got nothing to do with it." So that's
Well,
why I don't
you're
feel. So that's
missing
why,
the one
ha
component.
ha, that she probably got
And,
pregnant.
and first of all, a woman shouldn't be letting no boyfriend and all this stuff go camping with another man's son anyway. That's how these kids be getting touched on, not having their biological father in these private spaces with these kids that have no connection to them in that way, other than you. Like that's not cool. That could have been a situation where he touched on that kid. Not to say that that's what happened, but you can't be sending your kids off to the woods with some strange man.
Well, let me ask this question since I got y'all on the panel. So, during the exchange between the current boyfriend and the baby daddy, the current boyfriend said it was revealed that the baby daddy don't do much for the son, that he's just pretty much there for the benefits from the baby mom. At that point in time, he's not active because he was like, well, that's why I do the things that I do for your son, because you don't step up and do any of those things. So I'm not okay. Let me just separate that situation, because she ain't, the mama ain't shit, right? We just gonna put that out there. But like a situation where there is a mom and the baby daddy is not in the picture, he chooses not to be in the picture at all, and then you find somebody that you deem worthy enough to at least entertain a possible relationship with, and then of course the child, where does that leave the child? But I get what you're saying, Kwame, because you have to be super careful with everybody. You can't, boys just as girls are being touched on, molested, and all that other kind of stuff, right? But it's like it's a fine line. So like for me, I have chosen to be single until my youngest son gets out of the house. That's just been my personal choice. I don't want because he has a great relationship with his father, and I don't want no confusion. Plus, I'm invested in my children, in my son. So to me, I got another year or two. He's going, or a year before he goes to college. Then job well done, mom and dad. Let's move on from there. Then I'll re-entertain what I got going on. But I personally, that's not a question for me. But there are moms out there that are single mom in single mother households, and they want relationships before a possibility of a relationship before the child grows up. What you say?
Well, I'll answer on that one. So the first thing I say is I'd be interested to know who said that the man wasn't doing anything for the child. Was it the stepfather? Was it the baby mama? So when I would look at that first, but then the thing about dating is it's not a problem for single mothers to go out and date. The problem is when they try to bring who they date in the home to become a daddy to a child that already has a father. So if like there are babysitters and every other avenues to take. You don't have to necessarily. Prime example. My daughter only met two people who I was involved with. One was my fiance, and that was after I proposed, and then the other one was my wife, and that was when we were a month from getting married. So you can still enjoy your life without having to go say, hey, meet my kids. And that's what I mean by as far as like mothers should focus on themselves. And it's okay to do that, but doesn't mean that you have to bring the child around and make the man feel like it's his obligation to step up about a supposed father that's not there when the man really doesn't know the whole situation. If a man's really a man about being involved with a woman who has a child, the first thing that man should ever do is sit down with the other parent and have a conversation about their relationship with their child. That, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I believe that there are a lot of women out there that they only want to hurry up and get another guy just to upset the baby daddy, because sometimes that rebound guy make baby daddy come back home, and that's what she wanted in the first place, to make him jealous. So I don't really trust a woman that try to push her kid onto me. But if there's an organic situation that happened through me just being around and hanging out, then yeah, that's one thing. But I would never agree to go camping with somebody's son by themselves. Like I'm not doing that. Like, especially if that's the case, I'll foster a better relationship. Like I said, why don't you come and let's take your son camping, so that he can see his daddy, or y'all two go camping. But and
That part.
that would give us time to go hang out. But I don't see that intimate space with me and another man's son need to happen in the woods. We could do that at the gym or somewhere else. But in the woods, that need to be daddy son bonding time, real biological father, not me.
Exactly. Well, I appreciate y'all perspectives because I'm not a man, so I don't think like a man. But one thing I can say is that we can all agree that there are some sick people out here, and you can't trust people just on the strength of merit, of them being a male or a female, and they come with a nice smile and maybe a good dinner or the lingo, or whatever, with the swag, whatever the case may be. You got to look beyond the surface. That's why when we was talking earlier about you, it's not just you meeting that person. You need to meet what that person represents. That means get to know them. If they have family, meet their family at some point. That's if you're entertaining at some point, a long relationship or a serious relationship. Is there so many different factors, and it's not tailor made to just eat. I mean, to across the board, everything is to each individual for their own experience. But I don't know, this parenting thing. I just it's just I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
You
I
know,
can't
you know
spread
what I know,
myself
Mrs. You know what
thin.
I know, Mr. Kamey?
What?
I bet you that man ain't date another woman with kids after that.
Oh, I bet you he won't either.
I bet you he will not. He will not
He
have
probably
anything to
won't
do with that.
date. Oh, I failed to mention that the baby daddy pulled out a piece of heat on him too.
That's even worse.
Yeah, he
He took
did.
two L's that day.
Yep, sure did. But it didn't deter the guy from engaging with him. He was like, if you're gonna pull it out, then you might as well use it. But I'm gonna say what I need to say, and I'm gonna post you and your baby mama all over social media, because this is what's wrong with our community.
So he almost lost his life over a woman that had a child with another man, and she was sleeping with the man who she had the child with, and his family is probably still laughing at him about that.
And he was the one the one that got embarrassed was the one that was posting it all over social media like he was embarrassing them.
Oh, that's what he get. That's what he get. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope that's not a family member of yours. I'm sorry.
No, heck no. Because I would be clowning them if they were my family member. What the hell you doing?
Yeah, no, I like I said, look, I jest a lot about it, and but the hard conversations about like dealing with single parents and step parents and stuff like that, I just tell people like some advice I got from an old head. He said the best thing that happened to him when he became a stepfather was the dad absolutely was not involved and didn't want to be involved in the child's life, and it made it easier for him to step up on that role. And the only way for you to really know that is to talk to that other parent. And so if if you just take the word of the baby mama or even the baby daddy in some cases, you're not going to ever get the true story of what happened. So the only way you can really resolve that issue is to talk to the person who the other parent, and then you have a better understanding of where you are going to fit in that child's life. And it might not be camping, because if you think it's camping, then when you come home, you might see another car in the driveway. So I don't know.
Exactly. The first argument they gonna call baby daddy. I had one of my baby mamas. She dated a guy. She dated him for like 2 months. After the first 2 months, she was calling me every day, and she was still dating him. The guy was paying for everything, and she didn't give a damn. So
Oh no.
I'm telling you, the guy. Sometimes that guy cannot do anything wrong, and they want what they want.
I see. For me, it's like I have patience, right? So when I walk away, you're going to become an X and you will stay an X. I don't double dip. I'm not coming back. Ain't gonna be no working, because we done tried this several times. It ain't work out. We done tried to train, as long as it ain't been no blatant disrespect in the game. I'm not just gonna pack my stuff up and leave. But once I'm done, I'm done. I don't care how tied we are to the hip together. We can co-parent and I have boundaries, but what we had. And that's so it's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around why you just
Can
gonna
you
keep
can you
going
teach
back.
other women that? Can you teach other women that?
I don't know if that can be taught. That
Oh,
has
dang
to
it!
be, I really believe that has to be something within a woman to be like that. I don't know if you have to live life, if you have to be hurt, if it's instilled in you because you love yourself. It could be different reasons, but I'm not 100% sure if that's something that can actually be taught. I mean, I can vocalize this is what I do, but it just in me.
No, I just want to know. I tell you what. Can you whatever tea you drinking? Can you start selling it? I'll buy some and drop it off at somebody's house. I mean, just think of something. It got to be something you can do. Shoot, 'cause I just want to be left alone.
It'll
And
cut.
some
I
people
was
just
gonna
want to be
say
left alone.
it'll cut down on some of them phone calls Kwame be getting.
I just want to be left alone.
Say, listen. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I can't. It's just like I say. It's just something that's got to be in you. Because you know what? There's so many different um familiarity. You know what I'm saying? What's familiar, whether it's good for you or bad for you, a lot of people will go back just because of that, just because they know what they're going to get when it's all said and done, whether they like it or they don't. So I think that, you can get past that, then maybe you can change your mindset. But you have to want better for yourself. You have to want different for yourself. They're an X for a reason. if it didn't work out, and even when you procreate and you bring children into this world and it still didn't work out, that's a sign to me. For me, that's an indication that maybe, okay, if we circle back around 10, 15 years, but there's something right now that is prohibiting us from making this not a toxic relationship. And therefore the kids are going to feel that toxicity, they're going to see it, and it's going to make an impression upon them. And then we wonder why a lot of these kids don't take relationships seriously and don't want relationships. Half of them don't even want kids. They just want to do what they can do in order to get the kids.
And I would just say at this time, if you are in a relationship or you have been broken by people spiritually, take a moment to pray for them and pray for yourself to get over it as well too. I know I jest a lot. Like if you guys knew me in person, you know that like 80%, 60% of what I was saying, I was joking about. But in all seriousness, I think what bothers a lot of men is the system, not just the system that empowers people to be toxic. And that's what needs to be fought against. If you are a congressman, if you are a state representative, if you are a senator, whatever the case you may be, if you make parental rights a priority and you fight for the rights of men, you will get my vote, as long as we kind of align with everything else. But nobody wants to fight for those rights because it makes no sense that a man could pay child support for all those years and not even be able to claim it as as a tax credit towards him, so he can, further help his child or further help his living situation. The system's designed to break people. It's not designed to heal people or bring people together. So
Say that.
salute troublesome.
Yeah, man.
Salute,
Um,
salute.
as a single father, I'm a single dad. You guys had a panel yesterday. You guys were talking about child support, and I think that's very important because as a single dad, like if you want to be a good dad, there are programs and stuff that helps you to learn about child support and things like that. And me going through these programs, I can see that a lot of men, a lot of people I know, they don't take advantage of it. Either it's a lack of information of where these workshops are happening. But to make a long story short, right? Child support is set up to trap the man, because in certain states, if you accumulate so much child support in arrears, they take away your driver's license, you can't work, whatever the case may be. But if you have a good track record of, say you're in a situation where you're doing for your child, and then say you have a spiteful baby mother. I'm not in the situation, but I know of it. It's like, and the mother decides to put you on child support. If you have a track record of providing for your children before the mother does that, the child support and the judge will look at it in your favor. You know what I'm saying? And they could, and it goes on a case by case situation, but it's like the
What state
judge.
is that?
I'm in New York. I'm in New York.
Oh,
So
yeah, the state of Georgia. They don't give a shit about that.
so say like you have Cash App receipts, right? So say before your
They don't
baby
give.
mother.
They don't care. They look at it as a gift. Until you get on state child support, and that's why some of these men in Georgia put themselves on child support if they feel like they got a trifling baby mama, because they don't want to end up in a situation where they have to pay in arrears.
The state of Virginia was the same way.
Okay. Well, I know in New York, it's like, that's why I say it's a case by case situation. Like they'll see, oh, this man
No,
been
it's not a
paying
case. It's not a case by case. It's a state by state. That's why it's
state.
about your state. So your state is different than Georgia. So what you're saying would not apply to any man in Georgia.
Sound like some.
So
That sounds.
I'll say this real quick. So and like I said, I don't mind using my situation for example. I ended up on $8,000 of arrears of child support because I ended up paying my child's mother out of pocket for 2.5 years. So when I tried to present that to the courts, I couldn't use that as credit. They said it was a gift. So it's not as even if you have receipts, most of the stuff I did was a MoneyGram. They still didn't accept that. So it's
Wow.
state by state. Yeah.
And
So
that's what I
going
was saying. Also, if you're not legitimized in the state of Georgia, which once you legitimize the baby, they will tell her, do you want to put him on child support? And that's the only way that you even get rights to your kid. It can be your kid, and you could be taking care of this kid. She can call the police on you while y'all are supposed to be cool. She can call the cops on you, and she can say you kidnapped that kid because you
that's
legally
true.
have no rights to
That's
your own
true.
kid.
That's true. I had to establish joint custody with my kids, with my mother, and with my baby mother, and I found that out too. It's like it's like the mother. It's from birth. It's like the mother is already sole custody of the child. If you don't establish that custody in court, it's going to the mother. And going back to, I want to say something about arrears. I don't know if it's like you said, it's state by state. I'm just figuring out. I know that say your child is of age, you don't gotta say your child is 21, you don't gotta pay child support, but you're in arrears. That money that you're paying is going to the state. That money no longer goes to the child. You get what I'm saying?
Facts.
So say the child is 21 and you don't gotta pay child support, but you still owe. They still gonna take the money, but it's going to the state now. It's like it's not going. It's no longer going to the child. And a lot of brothers don't know that. A lot of brothers, it's like, and these niggas just keep having babies, and it's, I don't know, man.
I know it's the worst system ever, and it's designed to divide because a man who has more money in his pocket, let's just say if they let us write it off on our taxes or even pay less, but let's just say you pay the same amount, but you can write it off, then that means you're going to have more at the end to be able to do with what you want to do with for your kid or for yourself to improve your living situation. So therefore, when your kid come over, they don't leave from baby mama's house or ex-wife house who either taking your main house or she's taking a lump sum of your cash flow and moving on with another man who's helping her. And then that kid comes over to what, your apartment? So it's not helping building families by taking all this money.
Like you were saying yesterday, some states, you put a man on child support, it's you're taking money that's supposed to be going to the kids. Because certain states, if you're on child support, it's like damn near you got a felony on your record.
Well, that wouldn't make you a criminal by this one lady's Chrissy
I'm
Old.
saying,
Yeah,
no, I'm saying, I know
that's
that.
the joke you might not have heard earlier.
Shit. But they still, but does it though? Because do if you owe child support and they lock you up, that's not a crime. So why are they locking you up?
That's above my pay grade. That's probably for the lead attorney.
Exactly. It goes back to the setting up situation. Shit, it's a setup situation.
It's all systemic. It's all systemic. And I think Mel hit it right on the head too. When it just pretty much the system is not designed to facilitate anything good, any benefits. It's self-serving. It's self-serving, and they don't want to see us as a people progress, to unify. They don't even feel that we are worthy enough to have a family, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
So, well, I want to take this pause for an opportunity to just say I appreciate this conversation. I'm grateful. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, Kwame, for the platform. Thank you for the engaging conversation. It is just it's so healing to those that are open to receive anything, and chew the meat and spit out the bones. If it don't apply, let it fly. all of that good stuff. But I just, I wanted to jump up, and the conversation went where it went, and I'm grateful for it. So thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you.
Thank you for coming.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. Salute to the panel, Mel Dub, Troublesome 88. Salute to the chat. Salute to the chat. And I'm out.
And salute the beautiful one. Oh, she
And
think,
salute the beautiful one. That's right.
oh man, it's definitely by design though. But shoot, I think this is a good stopping point for this line for me to drink some more water and hit another swagger dash.
All right, salute,
Salute
KB.
to
Thanks
you,
for having me
man.
up, brother.
Yes, sir. Salute to you, man. Hope I help you finish that garage up, man.
Man, you traumatized me.
Oh, no, see, you know what? Everything is my fault. Even though I ain't say the story, but it's my panel, my fault. Forget it.
All right, brother. Salute to you, man. Take care.
All right, salute to you. So in 2026, I could shoot my shot at Miss Akimi, and it might work. Man, she heard that story about you falling asleep, getting tired. And Miss Akimi got her own pearls, right? She don't want you coming in there hogging all the dresser space with your pearl case and all that stuff, man. We don't want to hear all that, right? You gonna be hogging up the dresser space trying to put your pearls up there. Y'all gonna be arguing over which case the pearls came out of. Don't touch your pearls. And no, man, we don't need to see that. Well, at least she ain't called me cousin. She called your little young ass son. But Rodney, we all know why she said that, Rodney. Jesus. Always got to overblow stuff. Oh, let me slow down. Now, they making me slow down. But listen, man, salute to all y'all. That was an amazing panel. The women came up here solo dolo, and did a great job. Then the fellas came up. They did a great job. Yeah, man, salute to that. I done made it up here to the great state of Virginia. And so I'll be up here for a day or so, or 6 or 7. Who knows? And then I'll be out. You know, we all know what I'm here for. But they say this was a great live. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, man. I stay safe. I'm staying prayed up and staying away from the wrong crowd, for lack of better words. But thank y'all so much. Thank you all for super chatting. Oh, Whippy said, read my damn super chat. I remember she said that. Let me try to find Whippy's super chat. Because now that I'm at a stoplight. Whippy say, Happy New Year's, Kwame and the bus crew. Great panel. I just finished my dinner. Day one here too. Yeah. F you, Whippy. A beautiful one said, oh, hey, Kwame in the chat. Happy New Year, Miss Akimi. Is my heart. I already know this live is a must replay. Salute, beautiful one. Yeah, man, I was at a little stop sign. Oh, police here reported ahead. Hold up, big swole up. We don't want no trouble. But y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. I'm gonna jump in somebody's panel or somebody chat, not somebody panel, and I'll probably be bush watching. But y'all have a blessed day. I'm up out of this thing. I'm gone.